The age of the Earth is a concept that is difficult to grasp, as it spans such vast periods of time that human life seems like a mere instant in this grand flow. If one imagines an hourglass, the time it takes for a single grain of sand to fall would be comparable to centuries of human history. Mankind has existed on this planet for only a few tens of thousands of years, while the Earth has experienced billions of years of evolution, forming and destroying continents, creating mountain ranges and oceans. In this extraordinary journey, the planet has witnessed everything from catastrophic asteroid collisions that led to mass extinctions to magnificent epochs when dinosaurs ruled the Earth. Imagine a river of time flowing ceaselessly, where each moment is not just a frame from a movie, but an entire era filled with colossal changes. For instance, when we see remnants of fossils today, we realize that these are not just bones, but the remains of entire worlds that lived and died, leaving behind only echoes. Meanwhile, on the planet, geological processes are occurring that can take millions of years. For comparison, if the entire history of the Earth were compressed into a single day, human civilization would appear only in the last seconds before midnight. This perspective on time underscores how insignificant our experiences are in the face of the planet's vast history. We are merely temporary residents in this infinite expanse, where each of our thoughts and actions is a drop in the ocean of eternity. Every time we look at the stars, we see light that may have already faded, but it still reaches us, just as the history of the Earth continues to influence us, even when we are not aware of it. Geological epochs like the Cambrian or Jurassic represent entire worlds teeming with life and diversity, which we can only faintly imagine. During these times, the Earth experienced upheavals that could have changed its appearance and climate, and life adapted to all these challenges. For example, around 200 million years ago, the continent of Pangaea began to split, leading to the formation of the modern continents. These events occurred on such a scale that there is no point of reference that could be comparable to human history. Everything we know about ourselves, our past, and our future fits into a minuscule fraction of time compared to what our planet has experienced. Humanity, with its cultures, wars, and discoveries, is just a small fragment on the temporal scale, where each epoch leaves its mark but also quickly dissolves into the vast waters of time. In this ocean of time, we are merely temporary passengers who can only briefly glimpse the wonderful world that surrounds us and wonder, how long will Earth continue its journey through the boundless expanses of the cosmos? Considering all these facts, the Earth remains a mystery, and each new discovery adds another layer to its long and complex history. At the dawn of its existence, Earth was a scorching, fiery sphere with surface temperatures exceeding thousands of degrees Celsius. This was an era of constant chaos, as the planet was covered in a thick layer of magma that boiled and churned like a giant cauldron. Ruthless volcanoes spewed rivers of lava and clouds of toxic gases, filling the atmosphere with harmful compounds such as sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide. These gases formed an impenetrable veil, hiding the fiery sea from space and creating conditions where life, as we know it, was impossible. Continuous explosions and volcanic eruptions echoed everywhere, creating a roar that resembled the strike of a giant hammer on the molten surface. With each second, lava flows sparkled and glowed so brightly that they could blind the eye. The air was filled with heat that intersected with thick smoke rising from the scorching rocks, and the temperature was so high that metals like gold and copper existed in liquid form, flowing down the slopes of volcanoes as rivers of molten metal. In this primeval world, there was no vegetation or water, only fiery rain that fell from the sky like molten drops, creating a terrifying spectacle. The formation of Earth was accompanied by constant collisions with asteroids and comets, further enhancing the instability of its surface. As the upper layer of magma cooled, the first crusts of solid rock formed, but beneath them hell still raged, creating an atmosphere filled with tension and boundless energy. This was a time when Earth was not only a young body in the solar system but also a true forge of the elements, where every moment could be the last for any form of life. Surface temperatures could reach 2,000 degrees, and constant tectonic movements created rifts from which new volcanoes erupted. Even if water had existed, it would have instantly evaporated, unable to form oceans or rivers. The sounds of volcanic activity resembled powerful thunderclaps, and the bright flashes of light from eruptions created the illusion of fireworks against the backdrop of a black, gloomy atmosphere. Earth was at the dawn of its history, and this was a time when every element, every molecule, every atom existed in a state of endless movement and transformation, shaping the planet we know today. The formation of early Earth began more than 4.5 billion years ago from cosmic dust and debris known as the solar nebula. This nebula consisted of gases and particles that were remnants of previous stars that had exploded in supernova events. Under the influence of gravity, these small particles began to slowly attract each other, forming larger objects called planetesimals. Over a process that lasted millions of years, planetesimals collided and merged, forming protoplanets. These collisions were not random. They occurred with immense energy, releasing heat that melted the surrounding materials. Thus, as a result of numerous such collisions, early Earth gradually transformed from a cold and solid body into a molten mass where temperatures reached thousands of degrees Celsius. During this time, heavier elements such as iron and nickel began to sink to the center of the forming world, creating a core. These processes took place over millions of years, and as a result, the planet became more structured. For example, by 3 billion years ago, Earth already had clearly defined layers: the core, mantle, and crust. Meanwhile, collisions with asteroids and comets continued, leading to the formation of craters and the release of enormous amounts of energy. Some of these comets carried water and organic molecules, which later played a crucial role in the emergence of life. One of the significant events of this time was the collision with a body the size of Mars, which ultimately led to the formation of the Moon. This event occurred approximately 100 million years after the formation of Earth, and its consequences were enormous as the Moon exerted an influence on Earth's climate and tides. As a result of these processes, our planet acquired its unique structure and characteristics, which later allowed life to develop. The process of Earth's differentiation is a crucial stage in its formation, which occurred in the molten state of the planet when matter began to separate based on density. This separation can be compared to how oil and water, when placed in the same container, gradually separate from each other. At the beginning of its existence, Earth was almost entirely molten, and due to the high temperature, heavier materials began to gradually sink towards the center, forming the core, while lighter substances rose to the surface. This process took place over millions of years and was driven by gravitational forces acting on the planet's mass. Each element, with its own density, found its place in this hierarchy. Heavier elements such as iron and nickel were drawn towards the center, while lighter components such as silicon and oxygen remained closer to the surface. This order resembles the process of settling a liquid, where heavier particles sink to the bottom and lighter ones remain on the surface. Furthermore, under the high temperatures and pressures that existed on Earth at that time, elements did not simply mix, but reacted with each other, forming more complex compounds. This process of differentiation not only determined the planet's structure but also laid the foundation for the formation of the atmosphere and hydrosphere, as well as the emergence of life. It also led to the formation of the mantle, which, like a warm cushion, supports the lithospheric plates, allowing them to move. As a result of differentiation, Earth acquired its unique structure, which subsequently became the basis for the development of various geological processes and the formation of landscapes. This process concluded approximately several 100 million years after the planet's formation, when Earth had already taken its modern shape. Understanding differentiation helps us comprehend how the planet transformed from a molten sphere into the complex structure we know today. It is important to note that this process continues to influence Earth's geological activity, including volcanism and earthquakes, as the mantle remains mobile and dynamic. The formation of Earth's core is the result of a complex and lengthy process that took millions of years. At the beginning, when Earth was just forming, it was molten and hot, and in this state, heavy metals like iron and nickel began to rapidly sink towards the planet's center under the influence of gravity. Due to their high density, iron, with a density of about 7.5 grams per cubic centimeter, and nickel, with a density of about 8 grams per cubic centimeter, moved towards the center, passing through the layers of molten materials composed of lighter elements such as silicon and oxygen. This process, known as differentiation, occurred during the active formation of the planet and can be observed in geological records where lighter elements formed the mantle and crust, while heavier elements concentrated in the core. As the depth increased, pressure rose to enormous values. In the center of Earth, pressure reaches around 300 gigapascals, equivalent to the pressure created by the weight of more than 100,000 tons per square centimeter. This pressure, resulting from the weight of the upper layers of the Earth, compresses iron and nickel, turning them into a solid inner core, which, according to estimates, has a temperature of around 5,000 degrees Celsius, comparable to the surface temperature of the Sun. The outer core remains in a liquid state, and it is this movement of molten metals that generates Earth's magnetic field, protecting the planet from cosmic radiation. The formation process was not fast. It took millions of years, and during this time, heavy elements continued their movement towards the center, interacting with other elements and forming complex structures. Modern research shows that the inner core is surrounded by a liquid layer about 12,000 kilometers thick, indicating the dynamic nature of the core. Moreover, according to seismic research data, the inner core rotates faster than the Earth itself, creating additional effects in the planet's geodynamics. The Earth's mantle occupies the space between its core and crust, making up approximately 93% of the planet's total volume. This layer, with a thickness of about 2,900 kilometers, has a viscous, semi-liquid consistency, allowing it to move slowly but powerfully. The temperature in the mantle varies from around 1,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius, and the pressure can reach values in the tens of thousands of atmospheres. These conditions create a vast sea of molten rock that moves like a slow stream, transporting heat from the planet's interior to its surface. The mantle is primarily composed of silicates such as olivine and pyroxenes, and due to their complex structure, it forms convective flows that play a crucial role in geological processes. These flows cause the movement of tectonic plates, resulting in earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. For example, in 38 BC, a powerful earthquake occurred in Rome, which was likely associated with mantle activity. Furthermore, it is the movement of the mantle that is responsible for the formation of mountain ranges such as the Himalayas, which continue to grow today due to the constant pressure exerted by the mantle. This ongoing dynamics not only creates tectonic phenomena, but also influences climatic conditions, as volcanic eruptions can release large amounts of carbon dioxide and other gases into the atmosphere, altering its composition. A significant aspect of the mantle is that it serves as the source of heat for magmatic processes, as evidenced by the fact that in regions such as Iceland, active volcanoes appear due to the movement of hot mantle flows. These geological processes have been occurring over millions of years, shaping the landscapes and ecosystems that we see today. The mantle, as a colossal ocean of molten rock, continues to be a mysterious and studied layer of the Earth on which the stability and development of the entire planet depend. Around 4.5 billion years ago, one of the most catastrophic events in the history of our planet occurred, a collision with Theia, a protoplanet the size of Mars. This gigantic body crashed into young Earth at a colossal speed of about 10 kilometers per second, resulting in an explosion of unprecedented scale. The energy released was equivalent to several million atomic bombs, and at the moment of impact, the temperature on the surface reached several thousand degrees Celsius. As a result of this colossal explosion, enormous volumes of material, primarily from the upper layers of Earth's mantle and crust, were ejected into space, forming a cloud of molten and gaseous particles. This cloud, composed of silicon, magnesium, iron, and other elements, began to rotate around Earth under the influence of its gravity. Over the course of several months after the collision, particles began to coalesce, forming large objects that eventually became the core of the Moon. The scale of this event is impossible to overestimate. Not only was our satellite created, but the composition of Earth and its orbital characteristics were also altered. As a result of this collision, Earth acquired an axial tilt that contributed to the formation of distinct seasonal changes, which in turn influenced the climate and evolution of life. The Moon, formed from the remnants of this catastrophic event, became not just an astronomical object but also a crucial element in the development of geological and atmospheric processes on Earth. Its gravitational influence regulates tides, which in turn affects marine ecosystems. This colossal explosion and its aftermath paved the way for what we now call our planet and its unique ecosystem. Research indicates that the process of forming the Moon took approximately 100 million years before it assumed its present form and orbit. Luna is not just a satellite of the Earth, but its faithful companion, which plays a crucial role in shaping the conditions for life on our planet. Since its appearance, which occurred approximately 4.5 billion years ago, Luna has had a significant impact on Earth. This massive body with a diameter of 3,480 kilometers created a unique dynamic interaction, without which Earth would be entirely different. Lunar gravity not only causes tides and ebbs, but also influences Earth's rotation, slowing it down over millions of years. Research shows that due to Luna, the axis of rotation of Earth is stabilized, which in turn contributes to maintaining a moderate climate. If there were no Luna, the axis could have oscillated more chaotically, leading to abrupt climate changes and possibly the extinction of life as we know it. Luna creates bright nights, which affects the behavior of many animals and plants, regulating their life cycles. Ancient civilizations such as the Sumerians and the Maya used the lunar calendar for agricultural cycles, highlighting the importance of its influence on human culture and development. The influence of Luna extends to biological processes, such as the migration of birds and the spawning of fish, which depend on lunar phases. The influence of Luna is so great that scientists assert that without it, life on Earth might not have even emerged. Luna is not just an astronomical object, but a constant partner of Earth, which has shaped its evolution over billions of years. The presence of Luna near Earth has created conditions conducive to the development of complex ecosystems and biodiversity. This interaction has led to an infinite number of changes and adaptations that have occurred throughout the history of our planet. As Luna gradually moves away from Earth at a speed of approximately 3.5 centimeters per year, we can only speculate about how our planet will change in the future. Lunar cycles affect many Earth processes, including climatic conditions and animal migrations. Since ancient times, people have looked to Luna as a source of inspiration and mysteries. Luna, in turn, remains a faithful companion, continuing to have a profound influence on numerous processes on Earth. Scientific research shows that the interaction between Earth and Luna is fundamental to understanding not only our planet, but the entire solar system. Every 12 hours and 25 minutes, the Moon completes a full orbit around the Earth, and its gravitational pull causes the oceans to rise, forming tidal waves that twice a day wash the shores. This force of attraction results in a change in water level, which we call tide. Tidal waves can reach heights of up to 6 meters, depending on the geographical location and the seabed topography. For instance, in the Bay of Fundy in Canada, some of the strongest tides in the world are observed, reaching heights of up to 17 meters. The influence of the moon on tides and ebbs not only challenges our perception of time, but also shapes coastal lines, creating unique ecosystems in tidal zones. These ecosystems are teeming with life and diversity, serving as homes for numerous plant and animal species adapted to constantly changing conditions. In coastal areas, mollusks, crabs, fish, and many other creatures thrive. Such ecosystems as mangrove forests and salt marshes depend on regular tides, which bring nutrients and create conditions for reproduction. In ancient times, when the moon was closer to Earth, tides were even more powerful, generating massive tidal waves that swept onto continents. About 4 billion years ago, the moon was only 90 to 100 kilometers away from Earth, which is twice as close as it is now. This meant that tides were more intense, and their impact on marine life was significantly stronger. Scientists believe that such powerful tides could have contributed to the formation of the first ecosystems on Earth, creating suitable conditions for life. As a result of this interaction between Earth and the moon, coastal lines are constantly changing, and ecosystems face continuous pressure from changes in water levels. These water movements not only shape the landscape but also influence the climate, as oceans absorb and distribute heat across the planet. Studying tides and ebbs helps us understand how the interaction between the moon and Earth affects life on the planet. For example, in some regions, such as the coast of the North Sea, tides can occur with varying intensity depending on the lunar phase, which significantly affects fishing and transportation. This complex network of interactions makes tides and ebbs crucial for understanding ecosystems and managing resources. The tidal forces of the moon not only cause the oceans to rise but also influence the weather, creating conditions for the formation of clouds and precipitation. The moon, located approximately 380,000 kilometers away from Earth, plays a crucial role in stabilizing the Earth's axial tilt, which is around 23.5 degrees. This tilt is critically important for maintaining a stable climate on the planet. The massive presence of the moon acts as an anchor, keeping the Earth's axis of rotation within a relatively narrow range, thus preventing chaotic oscillations that could occur in the absence of a satellite. Over millions of years, the moon has helped maintain this angle, minimizing oscillations that could have reached significant values, which in turn would affect the distribution of solar light and, consequently, the climate conditions. If the moon did not stabilize the axis, the Earth's climate could experience extreme fluctuations, making the development of complex life forms much more difficult or even impossible. Research shows that without the moon, the axial tilt could vary from 10 to 60 degrees over millions of years, leading to sharp changes in temperatures and seasonal cycles. These changes could make Earth less habitable as the climate would become less predictable, and ecosystems would not be able to adapt to such radical changes. Furthermore, the moon also helps regulate the movement of seas and oceans, creating stable conditions for the formation of ecosystems. According to scientists, the influence of the moon on the Earth's axial tilt and, consequently, on the climate is of paramount importance for the existence of life on our planet. For example, climate models show that without the moon, temperatures on Earth could fluctuate between -30 and +35 degrees Celsius in a single year, making the existence of many species impossible. The stabilization of the axis of rotation also contributes to more predictable seasons, which is crucial for agriculture and ecosystems. Therefore, the moon, acting as a giant stabilizer, maintains a dynamic equilibrium, allowing life to develop in more stable conditions. Research indicates that if the moon were smaller or farther from Earth, the climate on the planet would be much more variable, which is confirmed by modeling Earth's climatic systems under different lunar gravity and distances. The cooling process of early Earth was extensive and complex, reminiscent of the cooling of molten metal that gradually loses heat and begins to form a solid crust. In the first millions of years after its formation, Earth was a giant ball of molten magma with temperatures high enough to melt any substance. As the planet rotated in space, its heat slowly dissipated into the surrounding space, allowing the outer layers to gradually solidify. This process can be compared to how hot soup left on a table begins to cool. First, a thin film forms on the surface, and then, as it continues to cool, this film becomes thicker and stronger, eventually turning into a homogeneous mass. The inner layers of Earth remained hot, allowing magma to rise and form new structures such as volcanoes and mountain ranges, which, like icebergs, emerged from under the solidified crust. The structures we observe today, such as continents, began to form during this period when cooling led to the formation of the first solid rocks. It is important to note that the cooling process was not uniform. Different parts of the planet cooled at different rates depending on various factors, including their location and composition. As the Earth's surface became more stable, the first oceans began to appear, filling in depressions and creating ecosystems that later became the basis for life. This transition from a molten state to a solid surface was a pivotal moment in the history of our planet, opening the door to life as we know it. The formation of the crust became the basis for subsequent geological processes, such as plate tectonics. Tectonic plates, which slowly moved through the mantle, played a crucial role in the development of Earth's topography and climate. As the planet cooled and solidified, it became more habitable, paving the way for the emergence of the first organisms. An important aspect of cooling was the formation of continents, which later became the cradle of civilizations. At this stage, Earth already had clear boundaries between land and water, creating unique conditions for the evolution of living organisms. The formation of continents was not just a geological event, but also a biological one. It was on land that new ecosystems began to arise, which later became the basis for the diversity of life on the planet. On the surface of the molten ocean of magma, the first solid sections of the Earth's crust began to form, which were thin and fragile. These crusts formed around 4 billion years ago were the result of gradual cooling of the magma, but they had nothing in common with today's continents. In the conditions of constant movement and dynamics, while the planet continued to cool, the primary islands of solid rock emerged and disappeared, colliding with each other, being destroyed by internal forces of the Earth such as volcanic activity and tectonic processes. These islands, composed of basaltic rock, were extremely unstable. They could only exist for brief periods before being submerged back into the molten magma or destroyed by the power of tectonic forces. The process of crust formation was not linear. It resembled a chaotic interaction of numerous small plates that floated on the surface of this liquid mass, forming temporary structures and being destroyed by natural disasters. Thus, as a result of constant heating and cooling, the crust could crack, and new sections would form in its place, creating the illusion of a constant shuffling of the Earth's surface. This primary crust was porous and fragile, lacking the strength of modern continents that formed later as a result of billions of years of geological processes. Approximately 700 million years after the formation of the first solid sections, the possibility for more stable crust formation arose with the onset of active continental drift. However, it was during this period that catastrophic events occurred. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions tore the surface apart, carrying away the remnants of newly formed islands. These processes can be compared to the formation of bubbles on the surface of water, which suddenly burst, leaving only small droplets behind. Research shows that during this period, not only physical but also chemical changes occurred on Earth, contributing to the formation of the first oceans, which in turn had a significant impact on the subsequent development of life on the planet. The first samples of this crust found in Greenland and dated to around 3 billion years ago provide an idea of what the primary crust looked like, which, despite its fragility, became the basis for all subsequent geological processes. It is important to note that such instability and constant changes in the surface were characteristic precisely of this early stage, when the formation of the crust was still in the process of development. The early Earth's atmosphere was a dense and opaque shroud, primarily composed of toxic gases that enveloped the planet, creating conditions absolutely unsuitable for modern forms of life. Over the course of its formation, approximately 4.5 to 3 billion years ago, the atmosphere was filled with poisonous vapors rising from the heated surface. These vapors were a result of intense volcanic activity, where magma rose to the surface, releasing carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and other compounds into the atmosphere. For instance, volcanoes like Mias and others emitted enormous quantities of gas, leading to a significant increase in carbon dioxide concentration, up to 90% in some cases. This created conditions where free oxygen was absent, making the atmosphere deadly for all known forms of life. Massive clouds of sulfur and other toxic substances not only poisoned the air, but also obscured the surface, preventing sunlight from penetrating this thick veil. As a result, the planet was plunged into eternal twilight, where temperatures could reach nearly 1,000 degrees Celsius. Such conditions led to catastrophic climate phenomena, including acid rain, which eroded everything in its path. These poisonous rains formed when water vapor rose into the atmosphere, condensed, and formed clouds laden with acids. Volcanoes like Kilimanjaro not only released gases but also ash, which further reduced visibility and increased smog. Ultimately, the early Earth's atmosphere became a stage for extreme conditions where life, as we know it, would be impossible. These atmospheric characteristics also determined not only the climate but also the chemical composition of the primary ocean, which lacked free oxygen and was rich in dissolved minerals and organic compounds. The inability to sustain life in such an environment drove the formation of new, more stable conditions that eventually led to the emergence of the first simple organisms. The first signs of life appeared only when atmospheric conditions began to change. This occurred approximately 3.5 billion years ago, when anaerobic bacteria capable of surviving in conditions rich in sulfur and devoid of oxygen emerged. The process of degassing, which occurred on early Earth, was a prolonged and complex phenomenon. During this time, gases trapped inside the planet were gradually released into the atmosphere through volcanic eruptions and cracks in the crust. Initially, gases such as water vapor, carbon dioxide, and ammonia accumulated in magma and rocks. When the pressure of these gases reached a critical point, they were released through volcanic vents which, like drops in a rainy day, opened access to the planet's inner layers. Volcanic eruptions like powerful fountains spewed clouds of steam and gases into the atmosphere, creating a primary gaseous envelope around Earth. These eruptions were numerous and occurred over millions of years, forming a unique atmosphere that differed from the modern one. Volcanic islands and mountain ranges that appeared on the surface served as a kind of breathing holes, allowing the planet to release its internal breath. With each of these outbursts, when gases were released into the atmosphere, there was a gradual transformation of the conditions on the planet's surface. These processes were not instantaneous. They lasted for thousands and millions of years, adding new components to the atmosphere with each eruption. Over time, as the gases reached the necessary concentration, they began to interact with each other, forming more complex chemical compounds such as methane and nitrogen. Gradually, this gaseous envelope became more stable, creating conditions necessary for the emergence of life. The process of degassing not only changed the atmosphere but also contributed to the formation of oceans as water vapor condensed, creating the first bodies of water. Gases released by volcanoes eventually became the basis for the formation of oxides necessary for further development of organisms. Each volcano, like an organ of the planet, exhaled its internal secrets, forming an ecosystem capable of self-regulation. This process of degassing significantly determined the path of Earth's evolution, creating the conditions that later allowed various forms of life to develop. The vents of volcanoes on the surface were evidence of this long and complex process, giving Earth its unique atmosphere. Volcanic systems like Hawaii are a vivid example of how these processes worked, spewing magma and gases, creating new islands and changing the landscape. The height of some volcanoes, such as Mauna Kea, exceeds 4,000 meters, indicating the ongoing influence of degassing on the formation of the Earth's surface. The atmosphere formed as a result of degassing provided the conditions necessary for the first forms of life to develop in these waters. During the cooling of the Earth, which began approximately 4 billion years ago, water vapor in the atmosphere began to condense. This process became possible due to the decrease in temperature, causing water vapor molecules to approach and form droplets. As a result of this condensation, endless clouds formed over the planet, which eventually fell to Earth in the form of heavy rains. These rains, lasting for thousands of years, formed powerful streams that descended from the heavens and filled the depressions and lowlands on the planet's surface. Thus, water masses gradually began to form the primary oceans. Today, scientists estimate that during this period, known as the Great Rain, up to 35 million cubic kilometers of water could have fallen on Earth. This amount of water contributed to the formation of the first seas and oceans, such as Paleotethys and Tethys, which occupied an increasingly large part of the Earth's surface. As water filled the depressions, large bodies of water formed, which eventually became the basis for future oceans. Around 3 billion years ago, as the planet's temperature continued to decrease, oceans already occupied a significant part of the Earth's surface, creating a favorable environment for the emergence of the first forms of life. These primary oceans had unique chemical compositions, and it was in them that conditions for chemical evolution arose, leading to the appearance of an organism capable of photosynthesis. As the oceans expanded, continents formed, and various climatic zones emerged, which determined the evolution of life on Earth for millions of years. The first oceans to form, such as the Laurasian and Gondwanan, became the home for the first multicellular organisms, which later evolved into more complex forms of life. According to scientists' estimates, by the end of the Archean era, the planet already had extensive oceanic systems with depths of up to 5 kilometers. These oceans not only changed the climate conditions on Earth, but also became the basis for the formation of the future ecosystems that we know today. The early ocean of Earth, which existed more than 3 billion years ago, was a giant chemical laboratory where countless reactions took place, contributing to the emergence of life. This ocean was rich in minerals and organic compounds, washed out from magmatic rocks and brought by meteorites that fell onto the planet's surface. The chemical composition of the water was characterized by a high concentration of various elements, such as iron, copper, zinc, and other metals, giving it a characteristic murky hue, unlike the transparency of modern seas. The water temperature could reach up to 100 degrees Celsius, creating conditions for unique chemical reactions that would be impossible in modern conditions. The acidity of this ocean was significantly higher than that of modern oceans, creating an aggressive environment for any forms of life that might have tried to emerge. The water's composition varied not only in chemical elements but also in consistency. It was thick and viscous due to the high content of dissolved substances, giving it a completely different character. The color of the ocean varied from dark green to rust brown, depending on the concentration of iron and other metals. The smell of this primordial sea was characterized by sharp, metallic notes, unlike the salty aroma of modern oceans. In such conditions, reactions could occur that eventually led to the formation of the first organic molecules necessary for life. Scientists believe that it was in this environment that the simplest amino acids, the precursors of proteins, could have emerged. An important aspect is that this early ocean served not only as a basin for chemical reactions, but also as a shield from ultraviolet radiation, since the atmosphere of that time was denser and more saturated with water vapor, allowing it to avoid the destructive effects of solar rays. The ocean became a place where high temperatures and chemical activity combined with unique conditions, contributing to the formation of the first living organisms, such as archaea and bacteria. These microorganisms, with their ability to metabolize, began actively using the available resources, which became the basis for further evolution of life on Earth. As a result, this ocean became not just a body of water, but a cradle for multicellular beings that later populated the planet. Research shows that various minerals present in the ocean could interact with each other, forming complex structures that became the basis for further biochemical processes. In the ancient oceans of Earth, there existed a primary broth, a complex mixture of various chemical substances that created conditions for the emergence of life. This nutrient soup can be imagined as a rich mix of organic and inorganic components, where each molecule played a crucial role in the formation of the first living organisms. Water, in constant motion, provided the necessary environment for the interaction of these substances, creating ideal conditions for chemical reactions. Energy from lightning, ultraviolet radiation, and heat from hydrothermal sources served as catalysts for these reactions, accelerating molecules to a state where they could combine and form more complex structures. For example, lightning striking the ocean could create conditions for the formation of amino acids necessary for building proteins, which in turn became the fundamental building blocks of cells. Hydrothermal sources ejecting hot water and minerals onto the ocean floor created unique ecosystems where microorganisms could develop, using chemical energy rather than sunlight. These sources, active around 3 billion years ago, led to the formation of the first living forms that utilized processes of chemosynthesis. The presence of such sources in the oceans could significantly increase the diversity of chemical reactions, creating conditions conducive to the evolution of more complex organisms. Ultraviolet radiation penetrating the ocean could also play a key role, stimulating photochemical reactions that contributed to the formation of organic molecules. Thus, the primary broth became a true incubator of life, where each element, each molecule, each drop of water worked towards the common goal, the birth of life. This process occurred billions of years ago, and it was then that evolution began, leading to the appearance of the diversity of species that now populate our planet. Scientists assert that it was in such conditions, rich in substances and energy, that life could have originated in the form of single-celled organisms, which through billions of years of evolution became complex multicellular beings. Hydrothermal sources on the ocean floor represent unique ecosystems that can rightfully be called underwater oases. These sources, often located along oceanic ridges, are formed as a result of tectonic activity. Water penetrating cracks in the ocean floor is heated to high temperatures due to contact with hot magma. The temperature of the water in these sources can reach up to 400 degrees Celsius, but due to the high pressure at depth, it does not boil. These outlets of hot, mineral-rich water, known as black smokers, emit streams rich in sulfur, copper, zinc, and other minerals, forming intricate mineral deposits that resemble underwater sculptures. Around these sources, dense clouds of black smoke form, consisting of tiny particles that settle on the ocean floor, creating unique geological structures. Scientists, including Dr. Robert Ballard of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the USA, emphasize that it is this chemical environment, rich in elements and minerals, that creates ideal conditions for life. Here, sharp temperature gradients and concentrations of various substances give rise to an ecosystem that exists independently of sunlight. Some organisms, such as thermophilic bacteria and archaea, obtain energy from chemical reactions occurring during the oxidation of hydrogen sulfide and form the basis of the food chain in these conditions. These microbes, in turn, serve as food for more complex organisms, such as giant tube worms and various mollusks, creating a multi-level ecosystem. It is believed that places like these could have been the cradle of life on Earth, as they provided the necessary conditions for the emergence of the first single-celled organisms. 80% of all marine life found on the ocean floor depends on these sources, highlighting their importance for global ecology. Studies conducted in 2009 using submersibles like Alvin confirmed the presence of numerous new species living near these hydrothermal sources, opening new horizons in understanding the biological diversity of our planet. In the first billion years of Earth's existence, in the conditions of the primordial ocean, chemical reactions took place that laid the foundation for the formation of the first organic molecules. These reactions were initiated by simple gases such as hydrogen, methane, ammonia, and water vapor, which, when dissolved in oceanic waters, created the basis for more complex compounds. In 1953, in the famous experiment conducted by Stanley Miller and Harold Urey, conditions were demonstrated in which such molecules could form. The experiment used a mixture of gases that was subjected to electric discharges, mimicking the conditions of early Earth. After a week, amino acids were obtained, which are the building blocks of proteins and important organic molecules. As the complexity of the compounds increased, molecules began to interact with each other, forming polymers that possessed new properties. This process, known as polymerization, demonstrated how simple compounds could combine to create more stable structures, such as nucleotides, which later became the basis for DNA. In 1974, scientists such as Francis Crick and James Watson described the structure of DNA, which consists of a double helix made up of two chains of nucleotides. This molecule was already capable of storing and transmitting genetic information. Meanwhile, some molecules began to exhibit the ability to self-organize, forming micelles and liposomes, which was an important step towards the formation of cellular structures. These stable formations could serve as the basis for the first cells, which appeared approximately 2 billion years ago. Research shows that such primitive cells had a simple membrane and could carry out metabolic exchange, which is a key characteristic of life. Thus, the process of forming the first organic molecules in the ocean became the basis for the further evolution of life on Earth, leading to the emergence of complex organisms. In 2006, a study conducted by a team of scientists from the University of California found that oceans may contain molecules similar to those formed in the Miller experiments, which confirms the possibility of their natural formation. Self-replicating molecules are remarkable chemical structures that possess the unique ability to produce copies of themselves using materials available in their surroundings. This capability is made possible by the complex organization of atoms and bonds, which allows molecules to interact with other substances and create new molecules identical to the original ones. In this context, these molecules can be seen as the first seeds of life, which once formed, began to spread and evolve. The appearance of self-replicating structures marked a critical transition from chemical evolution to biological evolution, as they laid the foundation for the formation of the first simple life forms. Initially, these molecules, with their simple chemical structures, could, for example, bind to other molecules, forming larger complexes that could, in turn, interact and develop. This process resembles a chain reaction, where one molecule initiates the reproduction of others, creating conditions for further evolution. Research shows that in nature, such molecules can form under the influence of various factors, including temperature fluctuations, ultraviolet radiation, and chemical reactions occurring in water. For instance, in the 1960s, scientists began to realize that certain conditions, such as the presence of high temperatures and pressures, could promote the formation of self-replicating systems. These structures, with their properties of self-replication and variability, became the basis for the formation of the first cells, which in turn paved the way for the diversity of living organisms. It is important to note that it was these molecules that initiated the process that ultimately led to the appearance of complex organisms, such as plants and animals. Thus, self-replicating molecules became not just chemical compounds, but important elements on the path to biological life. They not only reproduced themselves but also adapted to changing environmental conditions, which is one of the key aspects of evolution. These molecules, with their ability to change and adapt, became the basis for the formation of more complex systems, such as DNA and RNA, which are responsible for the transmission of genetic information. This discovery is confirmed by many studies, including those in synthetic biology, where researchers create artificial molecules that mimic the properties of self-replicating systems. For example, in 2006, a team of scientists from Harvard University was able to create a molecule that could self-replicate, which was a significant step in understanding the origins of life. The appearance of self-replicating molecules was a key moment that opened new horizons for understanding how life could arise from non-living matter. The formation of the first cellular membranes was one of the key stages in the evolution of life on Earth. Approximately 3 billion years ago, in the conditions of ancient oceans, certain lipid molecules began to aggregate into thin films. These lipids, with their hydrophobic and hydrophilic properties, naturally formed structures that can be compared to primitive bubbles. When lipid molecules interacted with water, they created a double layer that separated the internal contents from the external environment. Such bubbles provided protection for the nascent processes of life, allowing them to exist in conditions where external factors could be destructive. These membranes were not static. They could grow, divide, and fuse, creating ever more complex structures. For example, in studies conducted in 2003, scientists from the University of Texas at Austin demonstrated how simple lipid micelles could combine into more complex forms, confirming that membranes can adapt and change in response to their environment. The appearance of such membranes allowed chemical reactions to be concentrated in a limited space, significantly accelerating evolutionary processes. This concentration could lead to the creation of new molecules necessary for self-reproduction. In an environment rich in organic compounds, such membranes could serve as a place for the accumulation of important biomolecules, such as amino acids and nucleotides, which became the building blocks of life. Research shows that the formation of simple membranes could have occurred in the conditions of underwater volcanoes, where high temperatures and minerals contributed to the formation of the first organic molecules. These membranes provided the necessary insulation, allowing the nascent processes of self-regulation and self-reproduction to occur in a closed system, which was critically important for the further evolution of complex organisms. Modern research shows that even simple bacteria use similar mechanisms to adapt to changes in their surroundings. Molecules forming membranes continue to be a central part of cellular biology, providing protection, structural integrity, and the ability to exchange substances. It is worth noting that the first stage of cellular membrane formation occurred more than 3 billion years ago, when there were no multicellular organisms on Earth and life was just beginning to colonize the planet. Approximately 3.5 billion years ago, the first prokaryotic cells appeared on Earth and became the foundation of all life. These single-celled organisms, lacking a nucleus and complex internal structures, had sizes ranging from 1 to 10 micrometers. Structurally, they were simple forms consisting of a cell membrane, cytoplasm, and one or several DNA molecules that floated in the cytoplasm, unlike the more complex cells that had DNA in a nucleus. Prokaryotes reproduced by division. The cell doubled its DNA and then divided into two identical cells, allowing them to rapidly increase their numbers in favorable conditions. These organisms adapted to diverse environmental conditions, feeding on organic substances that entered their environment. In the early oceans, prokaryotes used simple metabolic processes such as anaerobic respiration or photosynthesis to convert solar energy into chemical energy, producing oxygen that subsequently altered the Earth's atmosphere. The resilience of prokaryotes to extreme conditions was extraordinary. They could survive in hot springs, saline waters, and even acidic environments like sulfur lakes. Some types, such as thermophilic bacteria, inhabited temperatures up to 120 degrees Celsius, highlighting their unique adaptability. This hardiness formed the basis for the evolution of more complex life forms, as prokaryotes not only survived in harsh conditions but also created conditions for the development of oxygenic atmospheres, enabling the emergence of eukaryotes. Prokaryotes, such as cyanobacteria, created primary ecosystems, providing food for more complex organisms that arose later. Research shows that prokaryotes still make up a large part of the planet's biomass and play a critical role in ecosystems, participating in carbon and nitrogen cycles. Stromatolites are among the oldest evidence of life on Earth, representing unique layered structures formed by colonies of microorganisms, primarily cyanobacteria. These organisms, thanks to their ability to photosynthesize, began to alter the planet's atmosphere by producing oxygen and creating conditions for further life development. Stromatolites are formed by the precipitation of particles in water that adhere to bacterial mats, resulting in the creation of multi-layered domes and columns. Each layer is a record of history preserved in stone, much like the annual rings of trees. Stromatolites grow extremely slowly, often by just a few millimeters per year, making them not only fascinating geological formations, but also witnesses to billions of years of biological evolution. These structures can reach significant sizes, sometimes exceeding several meters in height, and serve as true time capsules containing traces of ancient life. The layers of stromatolites contain fossilized microorganisms, allowing scientists to study not only the stromatolites themselves, but also the ecological conditions in which they existed. Their analysis helps understand how ecosystems developed on early Earth and how the climate changed. Stromatolites also serve as indicators of environmental changes, as their shape and structure can vary depending on the presence of light, temperature, and water composition. In some cases, stromatolites can persist in sedimentary rocks for millions of years, making them important objects for paleontological research. For example, in some stromatolite samples, scientists find traces of carbon and other chemical elements indicating biological activity in ancient times. These ancient structures not only demonstrate how life adapted and survived in various conditions, but also show how microscopic organisms could shape the planet's landscape. Stromatolites are unique objects that allow us to learn about the early stages of life on Earth and how microscopic organisms became the foundation for complex ecosystems that we observe today. Shark Bay in Australia is home to a unique ecosystem where living stromatolites, formed by colonies of cyanobacteria, thrive. These structures, resembling rounded domes and columns, develop in shallow waters with high salinity, where salt water and sunlight create ideal conditions for the survival of these ancient organisms. The stromatolites of Shark Bay are estimated to be around 3 billion years old, making them direct descendants of the stromatolites that existed on Earth billions of years ago. Each of these living fossils grows slowly, adding less than 1 millimeter per year, making them not only objects of scientific interest but also true witnesses to the geological history of our planet. The water in the bay is crystal clear, and looking at the bottom reveals how stromatolites rise above the seabed, forming entire underwater landscapes. This natural phenomenon attracts researchers from around the world because studying stromatolites allows us to look back into the distant past, when life on Earth was just beginning. Scientists like Dr. Kenneth Carey, who study these organisms, emphasize that stromatolites not only tell us about the earliest forms of life, but also help us understand how complex ecosystems have evolved over time. Shark Bay was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2002, highlighting its significance for science and ecology. Millions of cyanobacteria inhabit the bay, working together to create these complex structures, protecting themselves from ultraviolet radiation and maintaining the necessary oxygen levels in the water. Stromatolites serve as both biological indicators and geological archives, enabling researchers to study climate and ecosystem changes over billions of years. In Shark Bay, researchers have discovered over 130 different types of stromatolites, each unique in shape and size. They represent a living history of Earth, reflecting changes in the composition of the atmosphere and oceans. These structures consist of layers formed by the precipitation of minerals such as calcium and magnesium by microorganisms, creating strong and resilient colonies that withstand environmental conditions. The modern stromatolites of Shark Bay are not only a testament to ancient epochs, but also a key to understanding the future of our planet. Photosynthesis is a process that has been the foundation of life on Earth, enabling living organisms to convert solar energy into chemical energy. This revolutionary mechanism emerged more than 2 billion years ago when simple organisms began to capture sunlight and use it to create nutrients from inorganic compounds. As a result of this process, Earth's atmosphere underwent a significant change, increasing the concentration of oxygen, which paved the way for the evolution of multicellular organisms and more complex forms of life. Photosynthesis occurs in the green parts of plants, where specialized structures are located that can absorb light. These structures, similar to solar panels, absorb solar energy and, by transforming it, create organic compounds necessary for growth and development. Photosynthesis can be compared to a natural factory, where sunlight serves as the main driving force and simple molecules serve as raw materials for the production of complex compounds. This process became possible due to the unique ability of living organisms to synthesize glucose and oxygen using carbon dioxide and water. Without photosynthesis, there would be no oxygen in the atmosphere, making the existence of many forms of life, including humans, impossible. The appearance of photosynthesis was one of the greatest evolutionary breakthroughs, marking the beginning of a new era on Earth. Scientific research shows that photosynthetic microorganisms, such as cyanobacteria, were among the first to master this process, thereby changing the chemical composition of the atmosphere and initiating the mass evolution of living beings. Approximately 700 million years ago, during the Cambrian explosion, the oxygen produced by photosynthesis reached the necessary concentration to support more complex forms of life. This process continues to influence the climate and ecosystems of our planet, ensuring the diversity of life on Earth. Currently, scientists are actively studying photosynthesis to understand how to improve its efficiency and use it as a sustainable source of energy for humanity. For example, work is being done on the creation of artificial photosynthetic systems that could synthesize fuel from sunlight as efficiently as plants do. Such developments have the potential not only to reduce dependence on fossil fuels, but also to combat climate change. In summary, photosynthesis is not just a biological process. It is the basis of life on Earth, shaping ecological systems and the climate of our planet, and its history spans billions of years. Each year, plants produce approximately 30 trillion tons of oxygen, which is the primary source of oxygen for all living beings. Cyanobacteria are some of the oldest photosynthetic organisms on Earth, with a history dating back approximately 3.5 billion years. These microorganisms, also known as blue-green algae, were the first to master the process of photosynthesis, using solar energy to convert carbon dioxide and water into organic compounds. As a result of this process, they released oxygen, which became a byproduct that radically altered the planet's atmosphere. Large colonies of cyanobacteria, accumulating in the shallow waters of ancient oceans, painted them in vibrant blue-green hues, creating unique ecosystems. One of the most well-known species of cyanobacteria is nostoc, which forms large gelatinous masses visible even to the naked eye. These organisms not only played a crucial role in the accumulation of oxygen, but also created conditions for the survival of other forms of life, including simple organisms and early metazoans. Over millions of years, cyanobacteria altered the composition of Earth's atmosphere, increasing the oxygen content from less than 1% to more than 21%, which subsequently allowed for the development of complex life forms, including plants and animals. This oxygen crisis, which occurred approximately 2 billion years ago, was a turning point in Earth's history, opening the door for the evolution of aerobic organisms. The importance of cyanobacteria in the context of the biosphere cannot be overstated. They provided stability and diversity to ecosystems and created the foundation for complex food chains. Research shows that cyanobacteria also play a significant role in biogeochemical cycles, such as the carbon and nitrogen cycles, contributing to what is known as atmospheric fixation. These organisms not only survived numerous mass extinctions but also adapted to the most extreme conditions, including arid deserts and eternal ice. For example, some species of cyanobacteria can form special spores that allow them to survive in unfavorable conditions for hundreds of years. In contemporary ecosystems, cyanobacteria continue to perform important functions, such as soil restoration and improving agricultural productivity, thanks to their ability to fix nitrogen from the atmosphere. They are also being studied as potential sources of biodiesel, highlighting their significance in the context of sustainable development. Research indicates that cyanobacteria may produce up to 30% of the oxygen on the planet, making them not only one of the first, but also continuing to influence life on Earth. The oxygen catastrophe was one of the most significant events in Earth's history, fundamentally altering the chemical composition of the atmosphere and oceans. This process was a result of the active photosynthetic activity of cyanobacteria, which began to release oxygen into the atmosphere, creating conditions that had never existed on the planet before. The accumulation of oxygen, which at that time became a poison for most organisms that had evolved in an oxygen-free environment, led to a dramatic change in ecosystems. Microorganisms such as archaea and anaerobic bacteria, which had lived in environments where oxygen was absent, found themselves in mortal danger. This change can be compared to a toxic rainstorm descending on a world where life existed in harmony with different chemistry. The paradox of the situation is that oxygen, which became the main element for most modern forms of life, was deadly for those organisms that did not have the ability to adapt to the new conditions. The organisms that existed before could not cope with the oxidative stress caused by oxygen, leading to mass extinctions and fundamental changes in the biosphere. This event paved the way for new forms of life that could use oxygen for breathing and energy production, although the first encounter with this gas was a true catastrophe for the old world. This change in the atmosphere also led to the gradual oxidation of the oceans, which in turn affected the chemical processes in the water. The increase in oxygen concentration in the oceans resulted in the formation of oxides, which changed the composition of seawater and created new conditions for the existence of marine organisms. The formation of the ozone layer, which protects Earth from ultraviolet radiation, was another important consequence of the oxygen catastrophe, although this happened much later, when evolutionary changes had already begun. The increase in oxygen also contributed to the development of multicellular organisms, opening the door to further evolution and the appearance of complex forms of life. Ultimately, the oxygen catastrophe not only destroyed the old ecosystems, but also laid the foundation for new biodiversity. The ways in which organisms adapted to the oxygen environment became the basis for future biological revolutions, such as the emergence of animals and plants that conquered land and oceans. As a result, oxygen, which was once a poison, became the basis for the life we know today. In this context, it is important to note that it was the accumulation of oxygen that changed the fate of the planet, allowing it to become a home for modern forms of life, including humans. The oxidation of iron in the oceans during the oxygen catastrophe was one of the most significant processes that transformed the face of the planet. For approximately 2 billion years, starting around 2.5 billion years ago, the oceans were saturated with dissolved iron, which was a component of seawater. As the level of oxygen in the atmosphere began to rise due to the activity of cyanobacteria, the dissolved iron began to react with oxygen, forming iron oxides. This oxidation process occurred in the waters of ancient seas, resulting in the formation of sediments that slowly accumulated on the ocean floor. These sediments, composed of iron oxides, form distinctive banded iron formations known as stromatolites. These structures are complex layered formations consisting of alternating layers of iron oxides that hardened over time and became the foundation for future geological formations. Over millions of years, these reddish-brown deposits served as witnesses to changes in the chemical composition of the ocean and shaped its floor. Given that the first oceans had a greenish or greyish hue due to the presence of dissolved minerals and organic substances, the iron oxidation process was crucial in transforming the color of the oceans. Over time, as the oxygen level increased and iron was converted into sediments, the colors of the oceans began to shift to brighter and clearer shades of blue, which we observe today. This transition was not just a visual change, it also indicated significant ecological changes and the emergence of new forms of life capable of thriving in a more oxygen-rich environment. A key evidence of this process are the so-called iron formations that are found in geological deposits worldwide, including places like Brazil and Australia, where vast deposits of iron ore were formed during this period. Such findings underscore the rapid changes in ecosystems and biosphere that occurred as a result of the oxygen catastrophe, when life on Earth took a decisive step towards the diversity we observe today. These changes not only affected the color of the oceans, but also laid the foundation for further evolutionary processes, including the development of multicellular organisms capable of breathing oxygen. The adaptation of life to an oxygen-rich atmosphere was one of the most significant biological revolutions in Earth's history. Approximately 2.5 billion years ago, as the level of oxygen in the atmosphere began to rise sharply due to the photosynthesis of cyanobacteria, organisms were forced to find ways to survive in conditions where oxygen, previously non-existent in such quantities, became a threatening factor. Some microorganisms developed protective mechanisms to cope with the toxic effects of oxygen. For instance, anaerobic bacteria, which lived in oxygen-free conditions, began to produce special enzymes such as superoxide dismutase and catalase, which neutralized free radicals formed during the interaction of oxygen with cellular components. These enzymes became crucial for survival in the new conditions, protecting cells from oxidative stress that could have caused DNA and cellular membrane damage. On the other hand, organisms that learned to use oxygen in their metabolic processes developed rapidly, extracting energy more efficiently from it. Aerobic bacteria, for example, began to use oxygen for respiration, allowing them to obtain 10 times more energy compared to anaerobes, which used fermentation. This opened the way to a great adaptive radiation, when new forms of life began to appear on Earth, capable of thriving in the changed conditions. Carbon compounds, which previously served as the basis for life, now interacted with oxygen, creating new, more complex molecules such as amino acids and sugars, which became building blocks for multicellular organisms. An example of this process is the appearance of eukaryotes, which, through symbiosis with aerobic bacteria, began to use oxygen for respiration and gained the ability to develop into more complex multicellular forms. By this time, approximately 1 billion years ago, multicellular organisms already existed on the planet, using oxygen to create energy, which gave a boost to the development of complex ecosystems. These changes paved the way for the appearance of large organisms such as trilobites and dinosaurs, which dominated the Earth due to their ability to efficiently use oxygen for metabolism. Thus, adaptation to an oxygen-rich atmosphere led to the creation of complex food chains and ecosystems, which in turn created conditions for further evolution of life on the planet. Scientific research shows that it was this adaptation to oxygen that laid the foundation for the emergence of animals and plants that we observe today. Eukaryotic cells represent more complex units of life compared to prokaryotes and have been a true revolution in biology. These cells can be imagined as miniature cities in which each part performs a unique function, ensuring the effective existence of the entire organism. Inside these cells is a nucleus where the genetic material is stored, making them organized and controlled systems. The nucleus is surrounded by a double membrane, which allows for the regulation of access to DNA, similar to how a city has guards at the entrance controlling who can enter. Eukaryotes can have various specialized structures, each responsible for specific tasks, much like factories in a plant producing necessary components for the organism's functioning. For example, some of these cellular factories may be responsible for energy production, others for protein synthesis, and still others for protection against harmful substances. The diversity of these specialized functions allows eukaryotes to adapt to various environmental conditions and develop into complex multicellular organisms. The appearance of eukaryotic cells occurred approximately 2 billion years ago and became possible due to the symbiosis of various single-celled organisms, which triggered evolutionary development. This process can be compared to the merger of small factories to create a large industrial company where each part of the system plays an important role in overall success. Eukaryotes provided new opportunities for the formation of complex organisms, including plants, animals, and fungi, allowing them to occupy various ecological niches. As a result, the eukaryotic cell became the basis for all higher forms of life on Earth, opening the door to the diversity of flora and fauna that we observe today. This leap in the complexity of living systems served as the starting point for further evolution, including the appearance of multicellular organisms and complex ecosystems. It is important to note that it was thanks to eukaryotes that complex processes such as cell division and the development of multicellular structures became possible, leading to the formation of organisms like humans with their complex anatomy and physiology. Today, eukaryotes make up the majority of Earth's biomass, and their diversity reflects the billions of years of adaptation and evolution. For example, there are approximately 30,000 species of fungi, more than 300,000 species of plants, and more than 1 million known species of animals, all of which are products of eukaryotic cell organization. In the middle of the 20th century, the biological theory of endosymbiosis proposed a revolutionary explanation for the origin of mitochondria, which are vital organelles for the cells of eukaryotes. This theory, proposed by scientists such as Lynn Margulis, suggests that mitochondria originated from ancient aerobic bacteria that were engulfed by larger anaerobic cells. Approximately 2 billion years ago, when the Earth's atmosphere was not yet saturated with oxygen, some bacteria began to use oxygen for respiration, gaining a significant amount of energy from it. These bacteria, which were highly efficient at extracting energy from food, served as an ideal energy station for cells that could not produce enough energy on their own. Instead of being digested, these bacteria were able to survive within their hosts, forming a symbiotic relationship. This symbiosis laid the foundation for the emergence of cells with high energy productivity, which later evolved into complex organisms, including plants and animals. Mitochondria retained their own circular DNA, similar to bacterial DNA, which confirms their origin from free-living organisms. This DNA encodes key proteins essential for the functioning of mitochondria and energy exchange in the cell. Interestingly, mitochondria can reproduce independently of the host cell, making them effectively autonomous. There is even a version that different types of mitochondria in different organisms may be the result of long-term evolution and adaptation to the environment. For example, in humans, the number of mitochondria in cells varies depending on the type of tissue. There are many more in muscle cells than in skin cells, which is related to the high energy demand of muscles. Thus, endosymbiosis not only explains the origin of mitochondria, but also emphasizes the importance of the interaction between different organisms in the process of evolution. This remarkable cooperation between two different forms of life allowed them to create something greater than the sum of their parts, which became the basis for the further development of complex life on Earth. Mitochondria, as energy stations, continue to perform their function, providing cells with the necessary energy, and their presence is essential for the life of most multicellular organisms. The process of the origin of chloroplasts through endosymbiosis is one of the most fascinating examples of evolutionary cooperation, which occurred approximately 1 billion years ago. Ancient photosynthetic cyanobacteria, capable of converting solar light into chemical energy, became a crucial element in the evolution of eukaryotic cells. These single-celled organisms, ranging in size from 1 to 2 micrometers, absorbed carbon dioxide and water, releasing oxygen, which played a pivotal role in altering the early Earth's atmosphere. Eukaryotes, which at that time were more complex cells, began to absorb cyanobacteria, leading to the creation of unique intracellular relationships. As a result of this interaction, cyanobacteria became internal solar batteries of their hosts. This process not only enhanced the energy capabilities of cells, but also provided eukaryotes with competitive advantages in environments where resources were scarce. Chloroplasts, formed from the absorbed cyanobacteria, became specialized organelles that continued to carry out photosynthesis, providing cells with the necessary carbohydrates. This event marked the beginning of the development of algae, the first multicellular organisms that began to form ecosystems in aquatic environments. Approximately 500 million years later, during the Cambrian explosion, algae began to actively evolve, leading to the emergence of various forms of life, including plants that subsequently colonized land. Thus, all modern plants, from simple mosses to giant trees, trace their lineage back to this ancient symbiosis. Chloroplasts, as a result of this endosymbiotic association, became the most important organelles, enabling plants to use solar energy for the synthesis of organic compounds, which form the basis of most ecosystems on Earth. For example, in the process of photosynthesis, plants absorb carbon dioxide and water, using solar light to produce glucose and oxygen, with approximately 1 liter of oxygen released for each gram of glucose produced. This interaction not only supports the life of plants, but is also vital for all aerobic organisms on the planet. Multicellularity is one of the most significant stages in the history of life on Earth, representing the transition from single cells to complex organizations consisting of millions and sometimes billions of cells. This process began approximately 1 billion years ago when individual unicellular organisms began to form colonies, which led to the emergence of multicellular forms of life. In these colonies, cells began to interact with each other, forming more complex structures. This union of cells resembled the creation of a society where each cell sacrificed its individuality for the common good. One of the first steps towards true multicellularity was the specialized distribution of functions among cells. As a result of this process, tissues emerged, each performing a unique role, thereby increasing the overall efficiency of the organism. For example, some cells began to handle the absorption of nutrients, others focused on protection, and still others on reproduction. This allowed multicellular organisms to more effectively utilize the resources of the surrounding environment, as specialized cells could perform their functions with maximum productivity. Additionally, multicellular organisms gained advantages in their struggle against hostile environments. Protective tissues formed by cells could prevent damage from predators or adverse conditions. For instance, in plants, the epidermis performs a protective function, while in animals, the skin serves as a barrier against external threats. This transition to multicellularity also opened doors to more complex forms of life, capable of various interactions and adaptations. The ability of cells to interact and form tissues led to the emergence of organs and systems, which became the foundation for the further development of multicellular organisms. It is important to note that multicellularity is not a universal rule, and many organisms remain unicellular, but those that chose the path of multicellularity were able to occupy diverse ecological niches and develop complex ecosystems. For example, among multicellular organisms, one can distinguish both simple algae and complex mammals, such as humans. This process also became the basis for the diversity of life forms that we observe today, from simple multicellular algae to complex animals. Scientific research shows that multicellularity arose independently several times in different evolutionary lineages, highlighting the importance of this phenomenon in biology. Multicellular organisms can reach impressive sizes, such as the giant sequoias, whose height can exceed 100 meters. At the same time, multicellularity provides the opportunity for greater complexity and diversity in the development of life forms, making this stage of evolution key to understanding biological processes. The Ediacaran biota, which existed on Earth approximately from 600 to 500 million years ago, is a unique group of multicellular organisms that inhabited ancient oceans. These creatures lacked a hard skeleton and often had soft, amorphous bodies that could take on various shapes, from discs and feathers to peculiar mattress-like forms with characteristic embroidered patterns. Some of them resembled giant jellyfish or sea lilies, but despite their unusual appearance, the Ediacaran biota was a significant stage in the evolution of life on the planet. One of the most well-known representatives of this group is the Dickinsonia organisms, which could reach lengths of up to 40 centimeters and had a segmented body resembling folded leaves. These creatures led a slow-paced life on the seabed, absorbing nutrients from water and sediments using their soft bodies, which functioned as filters. There are many mysteries surrounding the Ediacaran biota, as many of these organisms are difficult to classify into known groups. For instance, researchers still debate whether some of them were ancestors of modern animals or representatives of a completely separate evolutionary branch. Names such as Derek Briggs, who studied the fossils of these creatures and claimed that many of them could have had symbiotic relationships with algae, are associated with this question. The Ediacaran biota was not only diverse, but also enigmatic, as most of them did not leave clear traces in the evolutionary tree, making their study a challenge for paleontologists. For example, Ediacaran fossils have been found in places like Australia, Canada, and Russia, indicating the wide distribution of these organisms in different ecosystems. Discoveries in formations like the Ediacaran in Australia, where numerous well-preserved fossils were found, show that these organisms were part of a complex ecosystem where they coexisted with other forms of life. Their characteristics, such as the absence of hard tissues and distinctive shapes, challenge traditional notions of what constitutes a living creature and highlight how diverse and unpredictable life on Earth was in ancient times. Findings from this period continue to amaze scientists, as even the most advanced technologies cannot provide definitive answers to many questions about the functioning and ecology of these primitive forms of life. The Ediacaran biota remains an unsolved mystery, sparking interest and controversy among researchers and continuing to be a subject of study in the quest for answers about the origins of multicellular life. The Cambrian explosion, which occurred around 500 million years ago, is one of the most mysterious and fascinating periods in Earth's history, when life on the planet underwent an unimaginable leap in diversity. This phenomenon spanned a period from about 530 to 500 million years ago, during which a multitude of new animal types appeared in a relatively short time, just a few tens of millions of years. During this time, oceans began to teem with creatures that we can only dream of today, and most of them became the ancestors of nearly all modern animal groups. Scientific research shows that during the Cambrian explosion, the main groups of multicellular organisms emerged, including chordates, mollusks, arthropods, and others. These ancient creatures, with their shells, claws, and jaws, were the result of an evolutionary revolution when nature, like a skilled artist, experimented with forms and survival strategies. For example, trilobites, which appeared during this time, became a symbol of this era. Their hard exoskeleton and complex anatomy allowed them to effectively defend against predators and adapt to various conditions. Additionally, in the oceans, organisms like Anomalocaris began to dominate. Giant creatures with multiple limbs and a unique feeding system that could reach lengths of up to 1.5 meters. Oceans were alive with activity, and the diversity of forms was truly breathtaking. During this time, a true revolution occurred. Animals began to develop complex mechanisms for movement, hunting, and defense. Some of them, such as the ancestors of modern mollusks, began to use shells not only for protection but also for swimming, opening new horizons for the colonization of various ecosystems. Around 60 species of animals that existed during this period became the ancestors of modern organisms, including both predators and herbivores. Scientists suggest that changes in the oxygen levels in the oceans, as well as climatic changes, played a key role in this explosive growth of life. Research shows that the oxygen level may have risen to 21%, creating more favorable conditions for diversity. This time also saw the emergence of the first predators, leading to the formation of complex food chains where each creature played a unique role in the ecosystem. As a result, in a relatively short period, life on Earth took on numerous unique forms, and oceans became true laboratories of evolution, where each new generation fought for survival, using increasingly complex strategies and adaptations. The Cambrian explosion became the cornerstone of life's history on Earth, opening the door to subsequent evolution and the vast diversity of life forms that we observe today. Discoveries in Cambrian deposits, such as fossilized remains, allow scientists to reconstruct images of these ancient creatures, and each new finding adds a new page to the book about our past. The Burgess Shale is a unique fossil deposit in Canada, located in the province of British Columbia, which has become a true window into Cambrian life. These shales were discovered in 1930 and have since revolutionized paleontology. The fossils found here date back to approximately 530 million years ago and preserve not only the hard parts of organisms but also soft tissues, which is extremely rare for fossils. These exceptional preservation conditions created anoxic environments in the ocean, where at depths of several hundred meters there was no oxygen, providing ideal conditions for fossilization. As a result, researchers like Dr. Dave Edwards have discovered more than 6,000 specimens, including bizarrely shaped creatures with no modern counterparts. For example, there is Opabinia, a creature with 5 eyes and long, tentacle-like appendages, which scientists now consider one of the earliest ancestors of modern arthropods. Additionally, unique representatives of a group of embryonic organisms, ma-like creatures that are remarkably different from anything we know, have been found. These discoveries have fundamentally changed our understanding of early animal evolution, showing that during the Cambrian period there was an immense diversity of life forms, many of which were experimental evolutionary pathways, making the Burgess Shale a treasure trove for scientists. Another significant discovery is the fossilized remains of ancient predators like Hallucigenia, with its peculiar body and numerous spines, indicating complex ecosystems and food chains of the time. Comparison of the Burgess Shale with other deposits, such as La Roche-à-la-Bécasse in France, underscores its uniqueness. In the Burgess Shale, not only individual cells but entire organisms in three-dimensional form have been preserved. This allows scientists not only to study the structure of these creatures but also to reconstruct their behavior and way of life. For example, analysis of vertebrae and skulls has shown that many of the found creatures had unique adaptations to aquatic life, including specialized fins and body forms, indicating a high level of adaptation to their environment. Consequently, the Burgess Shale opens up a world of strange and wondrous creatures, and each new discovery adds a new detail to the portrait of ancient life on Earth. The Paleozoic era, spanning from around 540 million to 250 million years ago, is a pivotal stage in Earth's history, during which the foundations of modern biodiversity were laid. During this time, life on the planet underwent significant transformations that shaped the ecosystems we recognize today. The beginning of the Paleozoic era was marked by the rapid diversification of life forms, a result of complex interactions between organisms and their environment. In this period, Earth saw the emergence of the first multicellular organisms and the gradual development of complex food chains. Stable ecosystems began to form as new ecological niches opened up with each new species, filling the available spaces in their habitats. Water, which had long been the sole medium for life, began to give way to land as some organisms started to colonize new territories. This was a revolutionary transition. The first plants and invertebrates began to inhabit the land, altering the landscape and atmosphere of the planet. The appearance of the first terrestrial plants, such as mosses and ferns, played a crucial role in creating conditions for animal life on land. They not only provided a source of oxygen but also created new ecosystem services like soil protection and water retention. This process was not swift. It took millions of years, but the results were truly monumental. The emergence of the first amphibians was the culmination of evolutionary innovations that allowed creatures to adapt to new environments. These changes were not solely biological, they also influenced climate and geological processes, creating diverse landscapes. By the end of the Paleozoic era, a variety of organisms, including the first reptiles, inhabited the land. Over this time, life on Earth evolved from simple forms to complex ecosystems, laying the groundwork for future evolutionary diversity. Notably, by the end of the Paleozoic era, Earth had already developed a diverse terrestrial life, setting the stage for further evolutionary steps in the Mesozoic era, when reptiles, including dinosaurs, became the dominant creatures on the planet. The Silurian period, which lasted approximately from 430 to 400 million years ago, was a crucial stage in Earth's history when the first terrestrial plants began to appear on land. These initial plants were primitive moss-like forms lacking roots and leaves, making their adaptation to new conditions a challenging task. In coastal zones where fresh water met land, these low-growing green stems rose above the moist soil, forming the vanguard of the great land conquest. They were tiny colonies capable of clinging to the Earth's surface but lacked strong roots, limiting their ability to extract water from the soil. Nevertheless, these plants began to develop mechanisms for protecting against desiccation. They acquired waxy coatings that helped retain moisture essential for life. They learned to maintain their structure against gravity by developing rigid cell walls, allowing them to remain upright despite the absence of the complex structures characteristic of later plants. Adaptation to new conditions required new approaches to reproduction. The spores they produced were light and could spread through the air, enabling them to disperse over long distances without relying on water as a means of transport, as their aquatic predecessors did. These first terrestrial plants became the precursors of future forests, altering the planet's appearance and creating conditions for the existence of other organisms. A significant aspect of this period is that it was during the Silurian period that the first terrestrial photosynthesizers appeared, actively absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen, which in turn contributed to changes in the atmosphere and created favorable conditions for further evolution of life. These simplest terrestrial organisms, such as numerous mosses, thrived in conditions where moisture and sunlight became the most important factors for their existence, not only ensuring their survival, but also laying the foundation for more complex ecosystems that would arise in the future. Scientific research indicates that it was during this period that the process began, which ultimately led to the formation of rich and diverse plant communities, such as forests and meadows, marking an important moment in the history of our planet. The Devonian period, which lasted from approximately 411 to 360 million years ago, is known as the Age of Fish, for good reason. During this time, ancient oceans teemed with a wide variety of life forms, and it was here that the first fish evolved to dominate the marine ecosystem. These waters were a true kingdom for countless fish species, including unique groups such as jawless, armored, cartilaginous, and bony fish. Jawless fish like lampreys and mixins had soft bodies and crawled along the ocean floor using suction to feed. Armored fish, such as ostracoderms, developed protective plates that covered their bodies, acting like living armor. Cartilaginous fish, including sharks and rays, evolved powerful jaws and sharp teeth, enabling them to effectively hunt other marine creatures. Bony fish, which included ancestors of modern salmon and cod, were more diverse and adaptable, using swim bladders for depth control and maneuverability. During this period, ancient coral reefs began to form, providing homes for numerous marine creatures. Corals, such as ancient cyanobacteria, formed carbonate skeletons that created complex ecosystems, offering shelter and food for fish. In deep-sea zones where light barely penetrated the water, strange bioluminescent predators like Latimerius inhabited the area, using bioluminescence to attract prey. These unusual fish could reach lengths of up to 2.5 meters and possessed unique adaptations to survive in low-light conditions. The Devonian period was an era of breathtaking diversity, with some fish species going extinct while others evolved, filling niches and adapting to rapidly changing environmental conditions. It was also during this time that the first four-legged ancestors of land-dwelling vertebrates began to appear, laying the foundation for future terrestrial life on Earth. Paleontological research has confirmed the presence of fossilized ostracoderms found in Devonian deposits dating back around 300 million years. These findings indicate that the Devonian period was not just an age of fish, but also a time when the evolution of the first land-dwelling organisms began, opening new horizons for life on Earth. The first four-legged creatures to emerge during the Devonian period were transitional forms between fish and terrestrial vertebrates, such as Tiktaalik and Acanthostega. Tiktaalik, discovered in 2007 in Canada, lived around 360 million years ago and possessed unique features that made it a significant part of the evolutionary chain. This creature had both gills and primitive lungs, enabling it to breathe both in water and on land. Its fins gradually evolved into limbs that could support it on shallow water, allowing it to move on land. Acanthostega, which lived around the same time, had similar adaptations, but its limbs were more advanced, allowing it to effectively crawl on the bottom of drying-up water bodies. These creatures inhabited marshy coastal zones and areas where water bodies periodically dried up. It was precisely in such conditions where resources became scarce that the ability to move on land provided a significant advantage. Considering that the Devonian period was characterized by climatic instability and changes in sea level, such adaptations allowed Tiktaalik and Acanthostega to search for food and shelter on land, avoiding predators and competitors in the water. Research shows that these animals could survive in conditions where other species had no chance. The appearance of Tiktaalik was quite unique. Its head resembled a crocodile's head, and its body was covered with scales like a fish. Tiktaalik was about 1 meter long, and its fins had a structure similar to limbs, suggesting that it could use them for support while moving on land. Acanthostega, on the other hand, had 8 limbs, which was more than its predecessors, allowing it to move more effectively on shallow water. These adaptations were a crucial step in evolution, opening up possibilities for further development of terrestrial vertebrates. The appearance of such forms of life became the basis for subsequent stages of evolution, leading to the diversity of land animals, including amphibians and reptiles. Findings of these creatures, such as the fossil remains of Tiktaalik, confirm their existence and ability to adapt to new conditions, and their study helps us better understand the evolutionary processes that occurred on Earth. Carboniferous forests, which existed around 300 million years ago, were unique ecosystems that occupied vast territories and differed from modern forests in their diversity and structure. These dense forests formed in warm and humid climates where marshy lands and significant rainfall were prevalent. In such conditions, giant ferns, horsetails, and club mosses thrived, creating tall canopies that reached heights of up to 30 meters. Their thick stems and large leaves created dense shade, which shaded the undergrowth and formed a unique habitat for various forms of life. Unlike modern forests, Carboniferous forests did not contain flowering plants or grasses, which was typical of the ecosystems of that time. The prevalence of spore-bearing plants created a unique landscape where mosses and lichens led their lives on tree trunks and rocks. This was a world where every element of the ecosystem was part of an extraordinary cycle of life that left a deep mark on Earth's geological history. Thanks to the high level of oxygen produced by these plants, the atmosphere became more saturated, which facilitated the development of diverse forms of life, including the first insects and primitive vertebrates. Carboniferous forests covered enormous areas, and their remnants can be found in coal seams that today serve as a vital source of energy for humanity. These forests also became repositories of organic material that eventually turned into coal, and this period was crucial for the formation of modern coal deposits. Furthermore, these ecosystems contributed to changes in Earth's climate, creating conditions for further evolutionary development of both plant and animal life. Studies of these forests allow us to gain a deeper understanding not only of their biological history but also of the geological history of our planet and the process of coal formation. Remnants of Carboniferous forests that have survived to this day are often found as fossilized remains that provide insights into the flora and fauna of that time. These fossilized finds, such as leaf and stem imprints, help scientists reconstruct images of ancient ecosystems and study the conditions under which they existed. For example, finds in the United States and Europe show that Carboniferous forests were home to entire ecosystems where various species interacted, and this interaction played a crucial role in the evolution of plant and animal life. These studies demonstrate how different ancient forests were from modern ones, and how they could serve as the basis for the formation of coal reserves that we use today. The formation of Carboniferous forests was a significant stage in Earth's biosphere, influencing the climate and atmosphere of the planet. The increase in oxygen content in the atmosphere, due to photosynthesis processes, facilitated the development of life on Earth and prepared the ground for the emergence of new forms of life, such as reptiles. These ecosystems, despite their disappearance, left an indelible mark on Earth's geological history, changing not only the landscape but also the climatic conditions that we observe today. These forests were not only remarkable in their size and diversity, but also played a key role in the process of evolution on Earth. Giant insects from the Carboniferous period were some of the most impressive creatures on Earth. Dragonflies with wingspans of up to 70 centimeters soared over ancient swamps where the moist climate favored their development. These insects were not only larger than their modern counterparts, but also possessed unique adaptations such as the ability to fly slowly and maneuverably, which allowed them to effectively hunt other insects. Around 300 million years ago, the oxygen level in the atmosphere reached 35%, providing the necessary support for their gigantism. Millipedes over 2 meters long, such as Arthropleura, roamed through forests, leaving tracks in the soft soil. Their size gave them an advantage in the struggle for survival, as they could avoid many predators. These arthropods not only hunted, but also dug burrows in the ground, creating complex underground systems where they could hide from unfavorable conditions and predators. Giant scorpions like Palaeophonus, up to 40 centimeters long, were among the main predators of the Carboniferous forest. They used their massive pincers to capture prey, and the spikes on their tail served as protection against enemies. Spiders also reached significant sizes, hunting small animals with their webs, which they attached between tree branches, creating traps to ensnare their prey. This period was an era of incredible biodiversity, and giant insects played a crucial role in it, forming ecosystems that we can barely imagine today. Their size and lifestyle were directly linked to the high oxygen content, making it possible for such giants to exist on our planet. These conditions led to these creatures not only being predators, but also an essential part of the food chain, maintaining the balance in the ecosystems of their time. As a result, the Carboniferous period became an era when nature experimented with life forms and sizes, leaving us with impressive fossil remains that we continue to study and research. These findings help us better understand how ecosystems changed and what conditions contributed to the evolution of such extraordinary creatures as giant insects. Research shows that insects like Meganeura were not only great flyers, but also had complex organ systems that allowed them to efficiently use oxygen, as evidenced by numerous fossil finds in Europe and North America. The formation of coal seams is a long and complex process that begins with the accumulation of the remains of ancient plants in swampy conditions. In conditions of low oxygen content, when vegetation such as ferns and horsetails fell into swamps, it did not decompose completely. This happened millions of years ago when the Earth had tropical conditions and plants grew abundantly. For example, during the Carbon period, which lasted from 360 to 300 million years ago, our planet had vast forests with numerous species of flora that do not exist today. When the leaves, stems, and roots of these plants fell into water, they gradually accumulated on the bottom of the swamps, forming layers of plant material. This process occurred slowly. Each year, as plants died, their remains increased and they were covered by new layers of sediment, creating conditions for their preservation. Over time, under the pressure of new layers accumulating above, the plant material underwent transformation. Initially, peat formed, and then, as the pressure and temperature increased, it turned into coal. At this stage, coal begins to lose moisture, and carbon becomes more concentrated. This process can take millions of years, resulting in various types of coal, from brown to anthracite, depending on the formation conditions. The coal mines we see today are, in a sense, time machines, allowing us to extract and use solar energy stored by plants hundreds of millions of years ago. For example, on a coal mine in Pennsylvania, which was opened in 1838, coal is mined that formed about 300 million years ago. This is not just coal, it is fossil fuel that is the result of long geological processes, the transformation of plant material under pressure and heat. These processes occurred at depths of several kilometers underground, where temperatures can reach several hundred degrees Celsius. As a result, coal became not only an important source of energy, but also a key element in the history of industrialization, providing fuel for steam engines and later power plants. Today, coal deposits are not just resources, but also important evidence of the geological history of our planet, showing how life on Earth has evolved and adapted to changing conditions. Discoveries of coal seams in various parts of the world, from the United States to China, give us the opportunity to see how the flora and climate of our planet have changed over millions of years. The Permian extinction, which occurred approximately 250 million years ago, was the greatest mass extinction in Earth's history, wiping out more than 95% of all animal and plant species. This event had catastrophic consequences for the biosphere, effectively erasing life from the planet. In a short period of time, ecosystems that had developed over millions of years were on the brink of complete collapse. Oceans, once teeming with diverse life forms, became lifeless waters devoid of oxygen and inhabitants, while the land remained almost barren, like a desert where rare remnants of flora and fauna struggled to survive in extremely unfavorable conditions. This was a time when life on Earth faced unprecedented pressure, and even the most resilient species could not survive in an atmosphere filled with toxic gases and a climate that underwent dramatic changes. The disappearance of large groups of animals like trilobites and various types of ammonites left gaps in ecosystems that significantly influenced the evolution of the remaining species over millions of years. For millions of years after this event, Earth struggled to recover. A new order of life formed slowly, and it was not until tens of millions of years after the Permian extinction that the first signs of biological diversity began to appear, from sharks and bony fish to the first dinosaurs. This recovery process was long and complex, requiring time for the remaining species to adapt to the changed conditions. The Permian extinction served not only as a lesson on the fragility of life, but also as a catalyst for a new era known as the Mesozoic era, during which life began to fill the voids left by the catastrophe. Strange and exotic forms of life, such as the first mammals and pterosaurs, began to appear during this period, demonstrating nature's remarkable ability to recover. However, even after this event, Earth remained vulnerable to risks, and the biosphere always teetered on the edge between life and death, emphasizing the importance of each species in an ecosystem. Ultimately, it took around 80 million years for Earth's ecosystems to recover and reach levels of diversity comparable to those that existed before the Permian extinction. Siberian traps represent one of the most extensive volcanic events in Earth's history, and their impact on the Permian extinction is impossible to overestimate. These volcanic formations began to form around 260 million years ago and continued to erupt lava and gases for hundreds of thousands of years. The area covered by modern Siberian traps is comparable in size to contemporary Europe, making this event one of the largest volcanic eruptions in history. According to geologists' estimates, during this period, approximately 2 million cubic kilometers of basaltic lava were ejected, creating extensive layers of volcanic rocks that can still be observed in Siberia. The eruptions were so powerful that they released enormous volumes of carbon dioxide and sulfur compounds into the atmosphere. This led to a significant increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases, resulting in global warming. The Earth's temperature could rise by as much as 10 degrees Celsius, creating conditions completely unsuitable for life. One of the most devastating consequences of these eruptions was the change in the composition of the oceans. Ocean water became more acidic due to the dissolution of carbon dioxide, which negatively affected marine ecosystems. The appearance of acidic rain further exacerbated the situation, destroying plants and terrestrial inhabitants. Scientists link these changes to the mass extinction event, during which more than 90% of all species on the planet perished. This event had a colossal impact on the biosphere, leading to the disappearance of many marine organisms and terrestrial animals, such as trilobites and certain amphibian species. The complexity of the situation was further exacerbated by the fact that the eruption process was not linear. It occurred with periodic pauses, creating temporary ecological niches that were quickly destroyed by subsequent eruptions. This cyclicality intensified stress in ecosystems, making them vulnerable. Studying the original layers of volcanic rocks, geologists found that during periods of active eruptions, the number of species declined sharply, and it was only after millions of years, following the stabilization of the climate, that new forms of life began to appear. Siberian traps serve as a vivid example of how volcanism can influence the climate and biosphere of Earth. Their eruptions not only altered the landscape of Siberia, but also had a global impact, underscoring the interconnection between geological processes and life on Earth. According to geologists, the last eruptions of the traps occurred around 160 million years ago, and their effects are still felt today. The Mesozoic era, spanning from 253 to 66 million years ago, is often referred to as the Middle Age of Earth's history, situated between the two great mass extinctions, the Permian and the Cretaceous Paleogene. This period represents a time when life on the planet recovered from catastrophic events such as the Permian extinction, which wiped out more than 90% of marine species and around 60% of terrestrial species. The Mesozoic era is divided into three periods: the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous. During the Triassic, which lasted from 253 to 240 million years ago, new groups of organisms began to appear on Earth. For instance, this is when the first dinosaurs and the ancestors of modern mammals and birds emerged. Significant diversity of plants, including conifers and tree ferns, filled the newly available ecological niches. In the Jurassic period, which lasted from 240 to 155 million years ago, dinosaurs became the dominant terrestrial animals, reaching enormous sizes. For example, the famous sauropod, the Brachiosaurus, could reach lengths of up to 27 meters. The warm and humid climate of this period fostered the prosperity of various plant and animal groups. The Jurassic period also saw the appearance of the first true birds, such as the Archaeopteryx, which was likely feathered and possessed both reptilian and bird-like features. The Cretaceous period, which lasted from 155 to 66 million years ago, marked the peak of the Mesozoic era. During this time, dinosaurs reached their peak in diversity and size, and flowering plants began to develop, leading to changes in ecosystems. Dinosaurs such as Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops inhabited the planet, but the period also saw the emergence of mammals that began to occupy various ecological niches previously occupied by dinosaurs. Despite its name, the Age of Reptiles, the Mesozoic era, was a time of significant evolutionary changes and innovations in various groups of animals and plants. Its end was marked by a mass extinction that resulted in the disappearance of around 75% of all species, including dinosaurs, which opened new opportunities for mammals. The Mesozoic era was a time when life on the planet experienced both successes and catastrophes, laying the foundation for the future animal and plant world. The Triassic period, which lasted from 258 to 244 million years ago, was a time of recovery for life after the catastrophic extinction at the end of the Permian period, when approximately 95% of all species disappeared. On the desolate lands of Pangaea, the supercontinent that then occupied a large part of the Earth's surface, ecosystems began to slowly recover. Landscapes were filled with deserts and dried-up rivers, and the climate was hot and arid, which did not favor rapid recovery of flora and fauna. In conditions of limited biodiversity, only a few groups of organisms survived, which then began to fill the ecological niches left vacant by the extinction. At this time, new groups of reptiles appeared, including the ancestors of dinosaurs, crocodiles, and turtles. An example of such early dinosaurs is the genus Herrerasaurus, which appeared around 230 million years ago, possessing characteristic features of dinosaurs such as long hind limbs and reduced forelimbs. Crocodiles, for instance, began to develop from archosaurs that had already existed in previous epochs, and their ancestors, such as Postosuchus, already occupied the niche of predators, using their powerful jaws to hunt small animals. Turtles, in turn, appeared later with their characteristic hard shells that provided protection from predators and allowed them to survive in conditions where the struggle for resources became increasingly fierce. Despite the harsh climatic conditions, some plants, such as conifers and cycads, began to dominate in ecosystems, forming forests that became the basis for new ecological communities. At this time, there was also an increase in the diversity of insects, which began to play an important role in pollination and the formation of ecosystems. The Triassic period was a time when life on Earth slowly but surely returned, but was still on the path to restoring the lost diversity and complexity. By the end of the Triassic period, there were already more than 30 species of dinosaurs living on Earth, ready to take leading positions in ecosystems, opening a new era in the history of our planet. Pangaea was an ancient supercontinent that existed around 300 million years ago and was the result of the merging of numerous smaller continents. This vast landmass united almost the entire Earth's surface into a single cohesive structure surrounded by the ocean of Panthalassa, which occupied the space now covered by all the oceans and seas. The area of Pangaea exceeded 33 million square kilometers, which was more than 90% of the total land area of Earth at that time. Due to this unification, the land was in close proximity to each other, creating unique conditions for climate and ecosystems. The existence of Pangaea significantly influenced the distribution of heat on the planet, as a large part of the land was located in the equatorial zone, where temperatures were high and significant internal regions remained dry and hot. This resulted in sharp climatic contrasts, which contributed to the formation of deserts and tropical rainforests in various parts of the supercontinent. The ocean of Panthalassa influenced ocean currents, which in turn regulated climatic conditions and the movement of nutrients in the waters, ensuring the diversity of life. On Pangaea, there were also large mountain ranges formed as a result of the collision of tectonic plates, such as the Appalachian Mountains, which were part of this supercontinent. These geological processes not only changed the landscape but also influenced the evolution of flora and fauna, creating new ecosystems. Approximately 100 million years later, Pangaea began to break apart, leading to the formation of the modern continents, which in turn changed the migration of animals and plants, leading to their further diversification and adaptation to new conditions. During its existence, Pangaea was home to numerous species, including early dinosaurs, reptiles, and the first mammals, which developed in conditions unlike any other in Earth's history. These species adapted to diverse climatic zones, from hot and humid tropics to cold and dry regions, which contributed to their evolution and survival. The existence of Pangaea was a significant stage in the history of life on Earth, as it was during this time that the first terrestrial plants and animals appeared, forming the basis for further development of ecosystems. Plants such as ferns and horsetails began to colonize the land, leading to the formation of the first forests. These forests, in turn, created new conditions for animal life, contributing to the further development of the biosphere. The supercontinent Pangaea was a significant stage in the geological and biological history of the planet, influencing climate, ecological niches, and the evolution of organisms that filled new spaces after its disintegration. The internal regions of Pangaea were vast lands distant from the oceans, which created a unique and extreme continental climate. Summers here were hot, with temperatures reaching up to 35 degrees Celsius, while winters could drop to -20 degrees. These climatic conditions led to the formation of vast deserts and semi-deserts, occupying the central areas of the supercontinent. For instance, during this period, there was the Tethys Desert, stretching over thousands of kilometers, where rainfall was extremely rare, not exceeding 50 millimeters per year. Scattered oases around a few lakes and rivers served as life sanctuaries for various forms of life. These oases could form small ecosystems where underground waters rose to the surface, creating green patches amidst the surrounding desert. In such conditions, unique plant species that could withstand long, dry periods thrived, such as chlorophytes and succulents, which stored water in their tissues. Animals like dinosaurs of the iguanodont family adapted to these conditions, developing abilities to filter water and find food in challenging environments. These ecosystems required organisms to have special adaptations, such as the ability to hide from heat and find water sources. For example, some species could sleep during the hottest hours of the day, becoming active only in the evenings and at night. These arid conditions posed a severe test for all forms of life in Pangaea, and only the most resilient species could survive in such harsh conditions. For many animals and plants, survival depended on their ability to adapt to sudden temperature fluctuations and water scarcity, making the internal regions of Pangaea a constant battleground for existence. Despite their apparent lifelessness, these desert ecosystems were filled with remarkable adaptations and interactions that supported life even in the most extreme conditions. For example, some plants developed deep roots reaching underground waters, while others shed their leaves during dry periods to conserve moisture. This created a unique biosphere where each living being played a role in maintaining the fragile balance of life. The breakup of Pangaea altered the climatic conditions and isolated populations, leading to the emergence of new species adapted to the changed environmental conditions. These internal regions, despite their harshness, became the cradle of unique ecosystems that later had a profound impact on the evolution of life on Earth. The breakup of Pangaea began around 200 million years ago during the Triassic period, when a single continent split under the pressure of Earth's tectonic forces. This process occurred gradually but on a grand scale. Continents began to move slowly apart, forming narrow straits that eventually widened into full-fledged oceans. For instance, between the northern and southern parts of Pangaea, the Pacific Ocean emerged, becoming the largest ocean on the planet. The division of the continent also led to the formation of the Atlantic Ocean, which began to take shape as Greenland separated from Europe and North America. This process was not random. It was driven by convective flows in Earth's mantle, which moved the tectonic plates. As plates separated, they created new oceanic basins, altering the configuration of ocean currents. These currents, in turn, influenced climate conditions, creating new ecosystems and opportunities for evolution. For example, the formation of warm currents in the Pacific Ocean facilitated the development of diverse marine life forms, such as coral reefs, which became homes to numerous species. Meanwhile, cold currents like the Kuroshio influenced the climate in coastal regions, creating different ecological niches. The breakup of Pangaea also contributed to the isolation of animal and plant populations, promoting their diversification. Some species that once inhabited the single continent began to develop independently, adapting to new conditions. For instance, dinosaurs, which were initially widespread across Pangaea, evolved into unique species in different parts of the New World. During this time, new ecosystems like tropical forests and deserts emerged, becoming habitats for new forms of life. As a result, the breakup of Pangaea not only altered the geography of the planet, but also created conditions for the emergence and development of numerous new species that continue to evolve today. The formation of oceans and the new distribution of land masses had a profound impact on biological diversity, creating unique ecosystems that we can observe today. For example, the sea level changed by more than 100 meters, creating new shorelines and coastal regions where new species and communities arose. The Jurassic period, which lasted from 240 to 200 million years ago, was the golden age for dinosaurs when they dominated the land vertebrates. During this time, unique ecosystems formed on Earth, ranging from lush forests with giant horsetails and ferns to vast plains covered with cycads and ginkgos. These forests were true jungles with trees reaching heights of tens of meters, creating dense shade where small mammals, such as early ancestors of modern mammals, hid. On the open plains, herds of sauropods, giant herbivorous dinosaurs like Brachiosaurus, which could reach lengths of up to 25 meters and weigh up to 100 tons, roamed. These creatures used their long necks to reach high trees and eat leaves, while their massive bodies provided protection from predators. At the same time, carnivorous dinosaurs like Allosaurus, which could reach lengths of up to 8 meters and had powerful jaws capable of tearing flesh, also existed. In the coastal swamps and lagoons of the Jurassic period, diverse creatures lived, including aquatic dinosaurs and reptiles like plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs, which used their long necks and powerful tails to hunt fish. These ecosystems were truly diverse, from small mammals hiding in the undergrowth to giant reptiles with unique adaptations to various environments. In the Jurassic landscapes, insects like dragonflies with a wingspan of up to 30 centimeters also thrived, filling the air and creating a bustling ecosystem where each creature played its role. In this world, dinosaurs not only survived but also evolved, occupying numerous ecological niches and adapting to changes in their environment. These conditions led to the emergence of new species that continued to evolve, forming complex food chains and interconnections between different groups of organisms. The Jurassic period laid the foundation for further biodiversity on Earth, where changes in climate and geographical transformations created ideal conditions for the prosperity of these magnificent creatures. During this time, the first flowering plants began to appear, adding even more diversity to the Jurassic ecosystem. Many new forms of life, such as pterosaurs with their enormous wings and marine reptiles, actively used their unique abilities for hunting and survival in the competitive struggle. For example, Pterodactylus, with a wingspan of up to 7 meters, could easily catch fish in both freshwater and marine environments. The Jurassic period was an era when dinosaurs reached their peak, and these herbivorous and carnivorous giants left traces that we can study to this day, including fossils and signs of their activity, which archaeologists find all over the world. Archaeopteryx, which lived around 150 million years ago during the Jurassic period, became one of the most famous fossils that support the theory of evolution. This remarkable creature, the size of a sparrow, had a unique combination of characteristics that indicated its transitional status between reptiles and birds. Archaeopteryx had teeth, a long bony tail, and claws on its wings, clearly indicating its dinosaurian ancestry. However, its feathers and wings, which allowed it to glide from tree to tree, emphasized its bird-like features. Archaeopteryx fossils were discovered in Germany in the 19th century, particularly in the Lagerstätte quarry, where several well-preserved specimens were found. These fossils, dating from the late Jurassic period, became crucial for understanding evolution, demonstrating how one group of animals gradually transformed into another. Archaeopteryx likely inhabited the forests of the Jurassic period, where dense vegetation allowed it to hide from predators and hunt insects and small animals. Its short flights were probably used for moving between trees, helping it avoid ground-based threats. Scientists such as Sir Richard Owen, the discoverer of Archaeopteryx, described it as a tooth-bearing bird, highlighting its uniqueness and importance in the study of evolution. Research shows that Archaeopteryx likely used its claws to grasp branches and hold on to trees, making its adaptation to arboreal life particularly effective. Additionally, its features, such as the pygostyle, helped reinforce the structure of its wings, which was critically important for flight. In total, only 12 Archaeopteryx specimens have been found, each bearing unique evidence of its structure and lifestyle. These discoveries became the cornerstone for studying transitional forms in evolution, showing how one species transformed into another and confirming that evolution is not just a theory, but a real process that occurred on Earth. Archaeopteryx, with its unique features, became a symbol of this transformation, combining characteristics of two groups of animals that ultimately led to the emergence of modern birds. The Cretaceous period is the final stage of the Mesozoic era, characterized by significant evolutionary changes and dramatic shifts in the planet's ecosystems. This time saw continents continuing to drift apart, forming new geographical landscapes and altering climatic conditions. Sea levels reached record highs, resulting in the formation of vast shallow seas that washed over the continents. These marine ecosystems became home to numerous new species, greatly differing from their predecessors. On land, new groups of animals and plants began to dominate, adapting to the changing conditions. The appearance of flowering plants, for instance, marked a true revolution in the world of flora, transforming the structure of ecosystems and providing new food sources for animals. At the same time, the Cretaceous period witnessed the emergence of large dinosaurs like the Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops, which occupied the top positions in the food chain. These and other species became crucial elements of ecosystems, playing key roles in their niches. However, despite these evolutionary advancements, the Cretaceous period ended with one of the most famous mass extinctions in Earth's history, with scientists estimating that more than 75% of all species on the planet went extinct due to catastrophic events such as asteroid impacts and volcanic activity. These events fundamentally changed the face of our planet, paving the way for new forms of life and marking the end of an era dominated by reptiles. As a result, the Cretaceous period became not only a time of great evolutionary innovations, but also the final act for a multitude of species, leaving behind a rich legacy that scientists continue to study to this day. The Mesozoic Sea, which covered vast areas of today's continents, consisted of extensive shallow marine basins that flooded low-lying land areas during high sea levels of the world ocean. This period, lasting approximately from 130 to 65 million years ago, witnessed the formation of large marine ecosystems teeming with diverse life. The warm waters of the Mesozoic Sea provided ideal conditions for the flourishing of organisms such as ammonites and belemnites. Ammonites, with their characteristic spiral shells, inhabited these waters in large numbers, serving as indicators of the health of the ecosystem. There were various species, such as ammonites of the Parapuzosea genus, which reached diameters of over 1 meter, demonstrating a high degree of adaptation to life in open seas. Belemnites, with their elongated shells, were also significant inhabitants of this sea and were ancestors of modern squids. Their fossils found in Mesozoic period deposits allow scientists to reconstruct ancient marine ecosystems and understand how they functioned. These warm waters were also home to marine reptiles such as plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs, which were at the top of the food chain. Plesiosaurs, with their long necks and powerful flippers, could reach lengths of over 10 meters and hunted fish and other marine creatures. Ichthyosaurs, resembling modern dolphins, were also important predators of this time, indicating a high level of biological productivity. Bony fish, such as pterichthyids, began to develop during this period, marking an important stage in the evolution of fish and preceding the appearance of modern species. The seabed of the Mesozoic Sea was covered with white, chalky silt formed from the skeletons of microscopic organisms like Radiolaria and Foraminifera. These organisms, living in the upper layers of water, died and settled on the bottom, forming thick layers of sediment. This silt eventually became the famous chalk that gave its name to the entire Mesozoic period. It forms powerful deposits that can be found in places like Crete and southern England, where white cliffs consist of these ancient marine deposits. The Mesozoic Sea was not only home to marine creatures, but also to terrestrial dinosaurs that occasionally visited flooded areas in search of food. This period was pivotal in Earth's history, opening new horizons for biodiversity and evolution, leaving a rich legacy of fossils and geological layers studied by scientists worldwide. 80% of all known Mesozoic fossils are marine organisms, underscoring its importance in understanding the evolution of life on Earth. During the Cretaceous period, which lasted from 130 to 65 million years ago, a true botanical revolution occurred. Flowering plants, or angiosperms, began to actively displace the previously dominant gymnosperms, fundamentally transforming the planet's ecosystems. The first flowering plants appeared around 130 million years ago, and their diversity grew rapidly. During this time, species such as magnolias, planes, and figs dominated, creating new ecological niches. Flowering plants possessed several advantages that facilitated their spread. Firstly, they had more efficient reproductive mechanisms, including bright flowers and fruits that attracted pollinating insects. This cooperation with insects like bees and butterflies significantly increased the chances of pollination and, consequently, successful reproduction. As a result, flowering plants could quickly colonize new territories, spreading across all continents. The appearance of flowering trees led to the formation of new ecosystems where various animal species found shelter and food sources. For example, fruit trees created new food bases for mammals, which in turn contributed to their evolution. According to paleobotanists, around 18% of the trees in the Cretaceous period were flowering plants. During this time, there was also an increase in the diversity of seeds and fruits, allowing many animal species to adapt to new conditions. Scientific research shows that flowering plants were able to occupy ecological niches previously occupied by gymnosperms due to their ability to adapt more quickly and their diversity of forms. For instance, with the appearance of flowering plants, deciduous forests began to form, which differed from coniferous forests in their structure and biodiversity. In these forests, new animal species began to inhabit, using flowers and fruits as food sources. The abundance of pollinating insects also contributed to the development of new forms of life, including numerous species of butterflies and beetles. This period marked the beginning of a new era in Earth's history, where flowering plants took a dominant position in ecosystems, as evidenced by fossil findings and paleobotanical research. Flowering plants had a significant impact on climate conditions, as they contributed to an increase in oxygen in the atmosphere and a decrease in carbon dioxide. Therefore, the Cretaceous period was a time when flowering plants emerged and spread, changing the planet's appearance, creating new ecosystems, and altering the course of animal evolution. Scientific data show that it was during this period that the basic structure of modern forest ecosystems was formed, where flowering plants play a key role. At the boundary of the Cretaceous and Paleogene periods, one of the most catastrophic events in Earth's history occurred, the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction, caused by the impact of the Chicxulub asteroid. This cosmic body, with a diameter of approximately 10 kilometers, struck the planet's surface about 65 million years ago, leaving a crater with a diameter of around 140 kilometers on the territory of the modern Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. The impact was so powerful that it instantaneously released energy equivalent to billions of atomic bombs, resulting in a blinding flash of light that vaporized surrounding rocks and launched clouds of dust and gas into the atmosphere. This dust covered the sky, blocking sunlight and sharply reducing global temperatures. Massive tsunamis formed by the impact in the ocean reached heights of over 100 meters and devastated coastal ecosystems, carrying everything in their path. As a result of this global catastrophe, widespread fires broke out, engulfing forests and savannas and releasing even more carbon and toxic gases into the atmosphere. The phenomenon known as nuclear winter enveloped the planet, temperatures plummeted, and acidic rains began to destroy the remaining ecosystems. Since photosynthesis nearly ceased, food chains began to collapse. This extinction affected around 75% of all animal and plant species, including non-avian dinosaurs, which could not adapt to the new conditions. Examples of this include Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops, which completely disappeared from the face of the Earth. The recovery of ecosystems took millions of years, and it was only after this event that mammals were able to occupy the ecological niches previously held by dinosaurs. Furthermore, this event marked the beginning of the evolution of modern species, as it provided them with the opportunity to develop in conditions previously inaccessible due to the dominance of dinosaurs. Thus, the impact of the asteroid led to the formation of new ecosystems, which later became the basis for the diversity of life on Earth. The Cenozoic era, which began around 65 million years ago and continues to the present day, is a period when the planet began actively recovering from the mass extinction at the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. This era saw the rapid filling of ecological niches left vacant by the disappearance of dinosaurs and many other species. The Cenozoic is often referred to as the Age of Mammals because it is during this time that mammals began to actively develop and occupy diverse habitats, from tropical forests to cold tundras. However, this name does not fully capture the complexity and diversity of life that emerged during this period. Birds, which adapted to various conditions and colonized numerous ecosystems, became significant components of food chains. Insects, one of the most successful animal classes, began to rapidly reproduce and diversify, colonizing new ecological niches, including flight and pollination of flowering plants. Flowering plants, or angiosperms, began their triumphant march across the Earth, occupying a significant portion of terrestrial ecosystems, which influenced the evolution of many animals that began to depend on them as a food source and habitat. During this period, numerous significant changes occurred, including the formation of modern continents, which occupy their positions on the world map. For example, around 31 million years ago, Australia separated from Antarctica, leading to the formation of unique flora and fauna on that continent. Throughout the Cenozoic era, Earth's climate also underwent significant changes, including global warming and subsequent ice ages, which affected the distribution of species and ecosystems. In particular, during the Pleistocene period, which began around 2 million years ago, there were regular temperature fluctuations that led to the formation of ice sheets and changes in sea levels, creating new conditions for the survival and adaptation of organisms. As a result, the Cenozoic era witnessed the emergence of well-known groups such as primates, the ancestors of humans, who began to evolve in changing climates and ecosystems. This era is also characterized by significant extinctions and adaptations that occurred in response to changes in the environment. Some mammal species, such as the woolly mammoth, went extinct at the end of the Pleistocene, but others, such as Homo sapiens, began to develop and spread across the planet. The Cenozoic era continues to be the subject of intense research, as scientists strive to understand how changes in climate and ecosystems affect the current diversity of life on Earth. For example, studies on speciation show that in conditions of changing climate, some species may go extinct, while others may adapt and develop, leading to new biological diversity. At present, the Cenozoic era encompasses a time when more than 30,000 species of mammals and more than 90,000 species of flowering plants exist on the planet. After the extinction of dinosaurs around 65 million years ago, the planet entered a new era known as the Paleocene. This period became a true transitional period for mammals, which began to occupy ecological niches left vacant by the giant reptiles. Primitive mammals, such as pantodonts, mesonychids, and multituberculates, began an active adaptive radiation, leading to a diversity of forms and sizes. Pantodonts, for instance, were large herbivorous mammals that resembled modern pigs but had unique features such as an elongated skull and massive teeth adapted for eating vegetation. These creatures could reach lengths of up to 2 meters and inhabited forested ecosystems where flowering plants were just beginning to develop. Mesonychids, on the other hand, were carnivorous mammals that resembled modern wolves, but had characteristic long legs and were likely swift runners. Their presence on Earth is dated to around 60 million years ago, and they played a significant role in the food chains of their time, hunting smaller animals. Multituberculates, known for their unique dental form, were a group of mammals that adapted to various habitats, including semi-arid landscapes. These mammals had complex teeth that allowed them to process tough vegetation, which was crucial for survival in the Paleocene climate. However, many of these evolutionary experiments proved unsuccessful, and many groups went extinct over the following millions of years, giving way to more specialized forms. For example, by the beginning of the Eocene, which followed the Paleocene, mammals had significantly changed, and more modern groups, such as primates and large carnivores, began to appear. Around 50 million years ago, mammals started to develop in a direction that ultimately led to the emergence of modern mammals. The evolutionary changes that occurred in the Paleocene laid the foundation for the further diversification of mammals in subsequent epochs, and many of the resulting forms became the ancestors of modern species. The formation of the Himalayas is one of the greatest geological processes which began around 50 million years ago and continues to this day. The Indian tectonic plate, moving north at a speed of about 5 centimeters per year, collided with the Eurasian plate, leading to a massive compression and uplift of the Earth's crust. This process can be imagined as an infinitely slow but inexorable interaction of two massive plates, resulting in the seabed, once at sea level, rising to heights of more than 8 kilometers above sea level, forming majestic peaks such as Everest, which reaches a height of 8,814 meters. This process of mountain building, known as orogenesis, occurred in several stages. Initially, when the Indian plate began its journey north, it collided with the powerful waters of Tethys, which at the time divided the continents. Over time, the plate sank beneath the Eurasian plate, leading to the formation of powerful folds, faults, and uplifts. These geological changes not only created difficult-to-traverse mountain ranges, but also fundamentally altered the climatic landscape of the entire region. The uplift of the Himalayas led to the emergence of new weather systems, resulting in the formation of extensive monsoon rains that wash over the Indian subcontinent, providing its fertility. Furthermore, the Himalayas created unique ecological niches that contributed to the diversity of flora and fauna. Here, in the conditions of a sharply continental climate, specific ecosystems formed where rare species such as the snow leopard and the red wolf inhabit. Research shows that the formation of the Himalayas also influenced the migration of species and their adaptation to new conditions. For example, many plants, such as rhododendrons and various coniferous trees, evolved, adapting to cold temperatures and high levels of solar radiation at high altitudes. The Himalayas, as a geological formation, are not only home to unique ecosystems, but also play a crucial role in the hydrology of the region. They are the source of numerous rivers, such as the Ganges and the Indus, which support millions of people. These rivers are formed from glaciers that are slowly retreating, confirming that the process of Himalayan formation is still ongoing. Each year, geologists record small changes in the height and shape of these mountains, indicating that the Earth is constantly changing. The height of the Himalayas and their influence on climate and ecosystems make them not just a geographical feature, but an important element of global ecology and climate. The Paleocene thermal maximum was a period in the early history of the Cenozoic era, characterized by extremely warm climate conditions recorded on Earth. This period, lasting millions of years, saw the planet undergo a genuine ecological revolution. Around the equator, dense tropical forests stretched far into higher latitudes, reaching even polar regions. We can imagine a world without polar ice caps, instead featuring lush subtropical vegetation where crocodiles and turtles freely inhabited the Arctic and Antarctic. Under such conditions, many groups of animals and plants thrived, which would not survive in today's climate. For instance, giant reptiles, ancestors of modern mammals, and various bird species not only existed but also evolved in these warm conditions. The vegetation was diverse, including both deciduous and coniferous trees that provided food for numerous herbivorous animals. Fossilized remains indicate the existence of forests with trees like sequoia and eucalyptus, which today are found only in tropical or subtropical regions. This was a time when ecosystems were vibrantly diverse and biological communities were actively evolving. Nature, free from ice barriers, created unique living conditions, and it was during this period that important elements of modern ecosystems began to form. Scientific research shows that even in mid-latitudes, the climate was so warm that typical winter colds of today did not exist, opening up new ecological niches for various species. Fossilized finds in sedimentary deposits indicate that in today's northern regions of North America and Europe, pines and beeches grew, which cannot survive in these conditions today. Particularly interesting are the finds of petrified trees and seeds, which testify to the presence of diverse flora and fauna, including large mammals such as early ancestors of elephants and other herbivores. This was a time of full bloom, when the biosphere of Earth reached its peak in diversity and prosperity, creating a unique picture of living nature that later, with climate change, underwent significant transformations. As a result of such climatic conditions, ecosystems adapted, and the species of animals and plants that inhabited Earth left behind extensive fossil records that contemporary scientists study to better understand how the climate changed and how this influenced the evolution of life on our planet. Research shows that it was during this period that there was a significant increase in the diversity of mammals and birds, which began to occupy new ecological niches, forming the basis for further development of ecosystems. During the Eocene epoch, which spanned approximately from 56 million to 34 million years ago, Antarctica was vastly different. This continent was not covered in ice as it is today, but was submerged in lush, tropical forests. Southern beech and Araucaria trees grew there, forming dense forest masses. The climate during this period was significantly warmer, with temperatures reaching up to 30 degrees Celsius, allowing for a unique ecosystem to thrive. Trees grew up to 50 meters tall, forming closed canopies that provided shelter for various animal species. Among the mammals of this time were marsupials like Diprotodon, which were the size of modern-day rhinos and grazed on the green plains. Giant flightless birds, such as Argentavis, could have wingspans of up to 3 meters and were the top predators in these forests. Paleontological research shows that during this period, Antarctica was home to a multitude of insect species, including butterflies and beetles, which were likely larger than their modern counterparts. Reptiles, such as giant lizards and snakes, freely moved through the forest floor, hunting small mammals and birds. This ecosystem flourished due to the warm seas that bathed the coasts, providing abundant food for marine animals and birds. Unlike the current icy continent covered by a kilometer-thick layer of ice, the Eocene forests were vibrant and teeming with life. Only towards the end of the Eocene epoch, when global cooling began, did the climate start to change rapidly. First, the forests began to shrink, and then they disappeared, leaving behind only fossils and evidence of that remarkable world. Paleontologists find fossilized remains of ancient trees and animals that allow us to reconstruct this ecosystem. For example, in 2000, fossils of Araucaria trees dating back over 30 million years were discovered in Antarctica. These findings underscore just how green and diverse this continent once was. Today, Antarctica is a lifeless desert where temperatures can drop below 50 degrees Celsius, and only small coastal areas are free of ice. Whales appeared on Earth around 50 million years ago, and their evolution represents one of the most fascinating examples of adaptation among mammals. The first ancestors of modern whales were terrestrial mammals, closely related to even-toed ungulates, and their evolutionary journey began with pachycetids, wolf-like creatures that inhabited the coastal waters of present-day Pakistan and India. Pachycetids, measuring about 2 meters in length, hunted fish and small animals, spending time both on land and in water. Fossil finds dating back around 48 million years ago show how their legs gradually adapted to the aquatic environment, marking the beginning of the transformation of limbs into flippers. Around 40 million years ago, ambulocetes appeared, which were crocodile-like semi-aquatic predators reaching lengths of up to 4 meters. These creatures already exhibited more pronounced adaptations to aquatic life. Their limbs began to resemble flippers, and their bodies became more streamlined, allowing them to move more efficiently in water. Notably, ambulocetes could also move on land, indicating a transitional stage in the evolution of whales. Fossil remains of ambulocetes have been found in the territories of present-day Pakistan and India, where they left a rich legacy that allows scientists to study their lifestyle and behavior. Later, around 30 million years ago, protocetids emerged, becoming the first fully aquatic whales. Their limbs were completely transformed into flippers, and their nostrils began to migrate to the top of the head, simplifying breathing at the water's surface. Protocetids, such as the genus Protocetus, reached lengths of up to 6 meters and inhabited warm seas, suggesting they were fully marine predators. Fossil finds of protocetids discovered in Egypt and other regions show that their skulls already had the characteristic shapes of modern whales. Subsequently, around 20 million years ago, the first true whales, such as the baleen and toothed whales, began to develop unique adaptations to life in the ocean. For example, blue whales, such as the blue whale, can reach lengths of up to 30 meters and are the largest animals on the planet. This remarkable transformation from terrestrial mammals to fully aquatic creatures, including diverse forms and sizes, demonstrates not only evolutionary diversity, but also incredible adaptations that allow whales to occupy their niches in ocean ecosystems. Fossil finds, such as well-preserved skeletons and skulls, provide scientists with the opportunity to trace this transition in minute detail, including changes in the structure of limbs and respiratory systems, highlighting the complexity and diversity of this evolutionary process. The Oligocene cooling, which occurred after the Paleogene climatic optimum, was a significant stage in Earth's history, marking the beginning of a gradual decrease in global temperatures. This cooling led to substantial changes in ecosystems, where previously tropical and subtropical forests were gradually replaced by more cold-tolerant biomes. Paleontological research indicates that during this period, tropical forests began to contract, creating conditions for the spread of coniferous forests and steppes. Changes in climate resulted in the expansion of species such as pines and firs into new territories, while many tropical species began to disappear. This shift also affected fauna. Mammals like the ancestors of modern deer and bears began to adapt to the new conditions, developing fur and other cold-adapted characteristics. At this time, new ecosystems were formed, which became the foundation for modern biodiversity. This cooling not only influenced the climate, but also acted as a catalyst for evolutionary processes, allowing some species to adapt to the cooler conditions. For example, many plant groups began to develop seeds and fruits that could survive in colder conditions, which was a crucial step in their evolution. The change in climate also facilitated the migration of animals in search of more comfortable conditions, altering the distribution of species across the planet. This process is evident in fossil records, where scientists document changes in the morphology and ecology of various species in response to climate changes. It is important to note that the Oligocene cooling laid the foundation for the formation of modern climatic zones, as it was during this period that the process began, which later led to the creation of the diverse ecosystems we observe today. The complex interactions between climate and evolution during this time highlight the importance of the Oligocene cooling as a critical moment in Earth's history. The diversity of ecosystems that emerged as a result of this cooling continues to influence modern flora and fauna, shaping the ecological interactions we observe today. This cooling was a significant step towards the modern climatic regime of Earth, as evidenced by numerous studies showing how ecological changes influence the development of various groups of organisms. As a result, the Oligocene cooling was a pivotal moment that led to the emergence of new biomes and the transformation of existing ones, significantly impacting the evolutionary trajectories of many plant and animal groups. By this time, the first ancestors of modern mammals, such as primates, began to develop adaptations suitable for life in colder conditions. In the Miocene epoch, which lasted from 23 to 5 million years ago, grassland ecosystems began to rapidly spread, displacing forests over vast areas. This period coincided with global cooling, as Earth's temperature decreased, leading to increased seasonality and changes in rainfall. As a result, dense forests gave way to new biomes, savannas, steppes, and prairies. These open landscapes provided ideal conditions for the evolution of numerous animal species. For example, the rapid spread of hooved animals, such as horses and antelopes, was driven by the need to develop speed to evade predators in the open plains. Research shows that these animals evolved longer legs and improved musculature, allowing them to reach speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour. Concurrently, various mammals developed specialized teeth to adapt to the new harsh vegetation, such as grasses and shrubs. For instance, some elephant-like ancestors of modern elephants evolved teeth capable of efficiently grinding tough grass. This allowed them to exploit previously inaccessible food resources, which became crucial for their survival and prosperity. Additionally, new strategies for protection against predators became necessary. The extensive grasslands fostered not only speed, but also hiding places like burrows and tall grasses where animals could escape danger. Meanwhile, predators like lions and cheetahs began to evolve more sophisticated hunting skills, creating an ongoing arms race between predators and prey. These changes in the ecosystem significantly influenced biological diversity by creating new ecological niches. For example, The new conditions allowed species like giraffes to thrive by adapting to feed on tall grasses and leaves. It is worth noting that these changes on Earth also gave rise to new forms of social behavior in mammals, such as herd behavior, which enabled them to survive in open spaces where danger was constant. Consequently, the Miocene became a crucial stage in evolution as global climate changes shaped new ecological conditions that facilitated the development of numerous animal and plant species adapted to life in grassland ecosystems. During this time, the area of savannas in Africa increased to more than 30% of the continent's total territory. Miocene ancestors of humans such as Proconsul, Dryopithecus and Ramapithecus played a significant role in the evolutionary chain linking ancient primates and modern hominids. Proconsul, who lived around 30 million years ago, inhabited tropical forests in East Africa and was quite similar to modern hominids, with a larger brain and upright posture which allowed it to move more efficiently through trees. Dryopithecus, which existed approximately from 17 to 12 million years ago, was already more adapted to life on the ground but still spent a lot of time in trees, demonstrating omnivorousness in its diet consisting of fruits, leaves, and insects. Its teeth and jaws were adapted to various types of food, indicating a diverse diet. Ramapithecus, who lived around 12 million years ago, was another significant representative of this group, possessing characteristics that brought it closer to modern humans and hominids. These creatures were more social and formed small groups, which allowed them to survive in competitive environments and avoid predators. The forests they inhabited were much larger than today's and provided a rich habitat full of resources. These tropical forests offered numerous hiding places and a variety of food, which contributed to the development of their mental and social skills. It was during this period of the Miocene that the evolutionary lines diverged, resulting in some species becoming the ancestors of modern hominids like gorillas and chimpanzees, while others began the path to Homo sapiens. This was a time of experimentation in evolution, when different primate groups adapted to changes in their environment, ultimately leading to the diversity of life forms we observe today. Around 8 million years ago, when the climate began to change again, some of these Miocene ancestors started to migrate and adapt to new conditions, which laid the foundation for further development and evolution. The Pliocene was a crucial stage in the evolution of Earth, marking a time when climate and geography began to take on forms similar to those we see today. Continents like North America and Eurasia had already settled into their current positions, facilitating the formation of new ecosystems. Around 2.5 million years ago, as this epoch began, sea levels were significantly higher than they are now, influencing the distribution of biomes. Subtropical forests and savannas began to replace the warmer tropical forests, while modern grasslands emerged from the remnants of former forests. This period saw significant changes in flora and fauna. Many animal and plant groups began to take on recognizable forms, laying the foundations for the ecosystems we know today. A notable feature of the Pliocene was the increased diversity of climate, with alternating warm and cold periods, which prepared the biosphere for the approaching Ice Age. This was also the time when new groups of mammals, such as the ancestors of modern horses and elephants, began to occupy their niches in the ecosystems, adapting to the increasingly variable conditions. With the increase in species diversity, the Pliocene became a stage for competition, leading to evolutionary changes and adaptations that shaped the further development of life on the planet. This period also saw significant geological changes. The uplift of mountain ranges like the Alps and Himalayas altered climate conditions, creating new ecosystems and influencing animal migration. As a result of this dynamism, the Pliocene served as a bridge between the warm Miocene and the cold Pleistocene, preparing Earth for the upcoming ice ages that would significantly reshape the planet's landscape. With the onset of the Pleistocene, continents finally solidified in their positions, creating conditions that allowed many animal and plant species to survive and adapt to the new realities. Thus, The Pliocene was not just a period of evolution, but also a time when life on Earth began to take on the familiar traits we see today, ensuring a preparation for the future climatic challenges and changes that the planet would face. Messinian salinity crisis, which occurred approximately 5.5 to 5 million years ago, was one of the most dramatic events in the history of the Mediterranean Sea. This period saw the Mediterranean Sea cut off from the Atlantic Ocean, leading to a sharp drop in its water level and the virtual drying up of the sea. As a result of this colossal change, massive salt deposits formed on the former seabed, which can still be found in the territories of the modern countries surrounding this sea. These deposits, stretching across the former basin, can reach thicknesses of several kilometers, and their salinity in some places exceeds that of modern oceans. Rivers that previously could not flow into the sea began to break through the exposed marine surface, creating deep canyons and gorges. For instance, a river that once flowed into the Mediterranean Sea left behind traces visible on the modern landscape, such as the Grand Canyon in the United States, albeit on a smaller scale. In some of the deepest parts of the basin, salty lakes formed, serving as a refuge for various species adapted to extreme conditions. These lakes played a crucial role in the ecosystem, providing living space for organisms capable of surviving in such highly saline conditions. The climate of the region also changed due to this drying out. Research shows that the increase in salt concentration in the atmosphere affected the weather, leading to drier conditions in nearby areas, while other regions, such as northern Africa, experienced temporary changes that influenced the migration of animals and humans. During this time, a land bridge formed between Africa and Eurasia, allowing various species, including mammals, to move between the two continents. This migration event facilitated the spread of new species and the creation of mixed ecosystems, which in turn influenced the further evolution of animals. Scientific research conducted in recent decades has shown that this crisis not only altered the marine ecosystem, but also had a long-term impact on the climatic conditions of the entire region. The dry climate contributed to the formation of deserts, and many species that once inhabited these areas either disappeared or adapted to the new conditions. This drying out resulted in the formation of unique geological structures, such as salt domes and other forms of relief, which are now objects of study for geologists and historians. Consequently, the Messinian salinity crisis left behind not only physical traces on the Earth's surface, but also profound changes in ecosystems and climate, which continue to influence our planet. In the late Miocene and Pliocene epochs, a significant geological event occurred on the territory of the modern Panama Isthmus, which altered the appearance of the oceans and the climate of Earth. During this time, volcanic activity created a land bridge between North and South America, dividing the single ocean into the Pacific and Atlantic. This process began approximately 23 million years ago when volcanoes began to rise from the ocean floor, forming mountain ranges and plateaus that eventually became the Panama Isthmus. As a result, a narrow isthmus of about 130 kilometers in width was formed, which radically changed the system of oceanic currents. Deep water currents, such as the Gulf Stream, became significantly stronger as warm waters from the Atlantic Ocean began to flow north, while colder waters from the Pacific Ocean flowed south. This change in oceanic currents led to profound climatic changes on the planet. Around 12 million years ago, when the Panama Isthmus was finally formed, a process of cooling in the northern hemisphere began, which contributed to the onset of the Ice Age. With its help, glaciers began to form, gradually increasing in size and covering extensive territories from Canada to the northern part of Europe. Scientists such as Carl Steinberg emphasized that the formation of the isthmus became the catalyst for changes in the circulation of ocean waters, not only causing cooling, but also altering the distribution of precipitation worldwide. These changes in oceanic currents and climate had a significant impact on biological communities, contributing to the evolution and migration of numerous species. For example, the formation of the Panama Isthmus allowed various marine organisms, such as fish and mollusks, to move between the two oceans, leading to an increase in biological diversity and the emergence of new ecosystems. The facts show that the process of forming the Panama Isthmus and its influence on oceanic currents became fundamental in shaping the climate of Earth and the evolution of life as we know it today. The Great American Interchange was a massive biogeographical event that occurred after the formation of the Isthmus of Panama around 3 million years ago, forever altering the ecosystems of North and South America. This bridge became a connecting link between two continents that had evolved in isolation for millions of years, leading to a unique set of species on each. The migration of animals across the newly formed isthmus was a grand meeting. Imagine creatures that had been separated by thousands of kilometers of oceanic waters beginning to move towards each other, traversing a new route. This process was not simple. Many species from North America began to fill the gaps in the south, while southern species, previously without competitors, found themselves under pressure from new neighbors. Some species, such as mammals and birds, quickly adapted to the new conditions, while others, finding themselves in unfavorable circumstances, went extinct. This exchange created unique ecosystems but also brought about serious ecological consequences. The interaction of species that had never before encountered each other led to competition for resources, making some species dominant on the new continent, while others became vulnerable. Scientific research shows that during this period there was a significant change in the flora and fauna of both continents, which can be traced through fossil remains. For example, in South America, species like saber-toothed tigers and other large predators began to displace local species. Meanwhile, in North America, species that had previously lacked competition encountered new predators and had to adapt to changes in their habitat. This exchange process continued for millions of years, with constant interaction between the two continents leading to continuous changes in ecosystems. The Great American Interchange was not just a migration, but a true test for many species, with some finding new niches for life, while others disappeared from the face of the Earth. Each migration left its mark on the evolution of species and the formation of new ecosystems, and this process continues to this day. Scientists like Dr. Kevin Patterson of the University of California are studying these changes by analyzing fossil remains and migration traces. It is interesting that the research shows that some species that adapted to new conditions became the basis for new ecosystems as a result of the exchange, forming complex interconnections that we observe today. This phenomenon can be considered one of the most significant biogeographical events in Earth's history, demonstrating how changes in geography can profoundly impact life on the planet. Concurrently, the ecosystems of both Americas began to take on new forms, creating unique biomes that subsequently became the subject of study for ecologists and historians. As a result of this exchange, we see how evolution does not stop but continues to develop, and each new species that appears as a result of this process represents not only a victory but also a challenge for existing ecosystems. It is important to note that despite the significance of the exchange, it also became the cause of serious ecological changes that continue to be studied today. The Pleistocene Ice Age, which lasted from 2.5 million to 10,000 years ago, dramatically transformed the appearance of our planet. Massive ice sheets reaching thicknesses of up to 3 kilometers covered significant parts of North America, Europe, and Northern Asia. These glaciers, formed due to sudden climate cooling, stretched for thousands of kilometers, creating vast ice fields that in turn influence climate conditions and ecosystems. As a result of their massive advance, deep lakes emerged, such as the Great Lakes in North America, formed by erosion and melting of ice. The stunning fjords carved into the rocky coasts of Norway and Scotland are evidence of the power of glacial influence, which reshaped landscapes, leaving behind characteristic moraine hills and scattered boulders across the terrain. Periodic advances and retreats of glaciers created dramatic changes in landscapes, and these cycles could last for thousands of years. For example, in the region of Scandinavia, a glacier could move south, and then, as the climate became warmer, retreat back, leaving behind rich deposits of sand and gravel that became the basis for modern soils. A distinctive feature of this period was the fluctuations in sea level, which not only created but also destroyed land bridges between continents. For instance, during maximum cooling, the ocean level dropped, allowing animals and humans to migrate through the Bering Strait from Asia to North America. This was possible because land between the continents formed due to low sea levels, and such migrations occurred repeatedly, enabling various animal species, such as mammoths and reindeer, to cross these bridges in search of more favorable conditions. These migrations had a significant impact on the formation of modern biodiversity and culture. People, such as the Cro-Magnons, used these passages for hunting and gathering resources, which facilitated their spread to new territories. Scientific research shows that during this time there were significant changes in ecosystems caused by both species migration and climate changes. The Pleistocene Ice Age was not only an era of glaciers, but also a time when key changes occurred, shaping the modern world. As a result of the glacial period, which ended around 10,000 years ago, geographical formations such as Lake Balaton in Hungary and Lake Tahoe in Spain emerged, which continue to attract the attention of scientists and tourists. The Pliocene megafauna was an extraordinary array of giant animals that inhabited all continents, from North America to Australia. For example, mammoths could reach heights of up to 4 meters and weigh around 600 kilograms. These hairy giants with their long, curved tusks used their powerful teeth to dig up vegetation under the snow. Mammoths lived in herds, which allowed them to protect themselves from predators and care for their young. Mastodons, close relatives of mammoths, had shorter, more robust tusks, and their diet consisted of leaves, bark, and tree shoots. These creatures embodied adaptation to cold climates and open landscapes of the Ice Age. Woolly rhinos, with their massive bodies and thick fur, were also at the peak of evolution in the harsh winters. They could weigh up to 2 tons and had characteristic massive horns that they used for protection against predators and in competition for mates. Woolly rhinos lived in small groups and often moved in search of food, which allowed them to remain mobile in the face of climate changes. Giant ground sloths, known as megatheres, could weigh up to 1 ton and reach lengths of up to 4 meters. These slow-moving creatures, despite their size, were herbivores and fed on vegetation. Their powerful front limbs allowed them to climb trees. Saber-toothed cats, such as Smilodon, with their enormous fangs up to 25 centimeters long, were some of the most dangerous predators of their time. They hunted in packs, which allowed them to effectively deal with large prey such as mammoths and bison. Cave bears, which were also part of the Pliocene megafauna, could weigh up to 1 ton and had powerful paws that allowed them to lift heavy stones to access caves where they sheltered. These bears were omnivorous, which allowed them to adapt to various environmental conditions. Unfortunately, most of these amazing creatures went extinct at the end of the Pliocene, likely due to a combination of climate changes and intensive hunting by early humans who, using stone tools, posed a serious threat to the megafauna. In some regions, such as North America, extinction occurred over a few thousand years, leaving a deep mark on ecosystems that could not cope with the loss of such large animals. The extinction of the megafauna during the Pleistocene epoch represents one of the most dramatic events in Earth's history, when a multitude of large animals disappeared over a relatively short period, leaving behind emptiness and mysteries. This process spanned a period starting around 2 million years ago and ending approximately 10,000 years ago, when climatic changes and other factors led to the mass extinction of large terrestrial mammals. Metaphorically speaking, this extinction can be seen as the grand but tragic erasure of an entire page from the Book of Life, where places once teeming with powerful creatures now lie silent. The selective nature of this extinction is evident in that it primarily affected large terrestrial animals such as mammoths, sloths, and saber-toothed tigers, while smaller mammals, birds, and marine creatures were significantly less affected by this catastrophe. This unevenness in extinction has raised many questions among scientists who are trying to understand why large species were unable to adapt to the changing environmental conditions. Some researchers suggest that large animals, with their low reproductive capacity, could not quickly restore their populations, whereas smaller species, with higher fertility, were able to survive this crisis. The extinction of the megafauna during the Pleistocene epoch also had profound consequences for ecosystems. The disappearance of large herbivores affected the flora, and the absence of predators altered the balance in food chains. As a result, we now live in a world where megafauna has been replaced by smaller species, and this fundamental change laid the foundation for the ecosystems that exist today. Archaeological finds, such as fossils and remains of ancient animals, help us reconstruct the picture of that time and understand how humanity, emerging on the scene, interacted with these remarkable creatures. In particular, finds in places like Siberia and North America show that not only climatic changes but also human impact through hunting megafauna played a significant role in this process. For example, large-scale hunts conducted by early humans could exert pressure on populations of large animals, which, in combination with climatic changes, could lead to their extinction. This historical drama has left us a significant testament to how changes in the environment and human activity can interact, leading to fateful consequences for living beings. Thus, researchers like Peter D. Richardson and his team study DNA samples of extinct species to understand their genetic relationships with modern animals and uncover the secrets of their disappearance. This process of studying and understanding the past continues, and each new discovery brings fresh insights into how this great extinction occurred. There are even hypotheses that some of these extinct species could have been saved if the conditions were different. At present, however, we can only observe how nature, in its harsh justice, erases from the face of the earth the most impressive inhabitants, leaving behind only traces of their existence in the form of fossils and myths. According to estimates, up to 80% of megafauna species disappeared during this period, and this has fundamentally changed the face of the planet on which we live today. The hypothesis of the role of humans in the Pleistocene mass extinction suggests that primitive hunters, armed with spears and organized into groups, could have had a significant impact on the disappearance of megafauna. These hunters used simple but effective hunting techniques that allowed them to effectively hunt even the largest and most dangerous animals, such as mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. Around the 15th millennium before our era, people began to actively migrate to new territories, leading to what is known as the wave of extinction model. Initially, this occurred in Australia, where Australian Aborigines hunted animals such as the Megatherium, a giant lizard up to 7 meters long. Then migration continued to Eurasia, where people encountered diverse fauna, including woolly rhinos and giant deer. Primitive people arrived in America around 13,000 years ago, coinciding with a sharp decline in populations of large animals. It is important to note that hunting was not the only factor. People also altered habitats by using fire to burn grasslands and forests, which changed ecosystems and reduced available resources for animals. Additionally, with the arrival of people on new territories, new predators were introduced, dogs which became not only hunters, but also competitors for local fauna. This combination of intensive hunting, habitat alteration, and competition with new species could have had a disproportionately strong impact on the populations of large animals with low reproduction rates. For example, mammoths, which reproduced slowly and had a long gestation period, were particularly vulnerable to a sharp decline in numbers. Moreover, it is estimated that the population density of primitive people could reach 1 person per 10 square kilometers, creating significant pressure on ecosystems. As a result, the combination of these factors led to the disappearance of many megafauna species over a few thousand years after the arrival of humans. For example, around 10,000 years ago in North America, several species, such as the giant ground sloth and the pygmy mammoth, became extinct due to human activity. Modern humans, or Homo sapiens, first appeared on Earth around 300,000 years ago in Africa, where the earliest fossils of our species were found, such as those from Jebel Irhoud in Morocco and Omo in Ethiopia. These ancient people possessed unique adaptive abilities that allowed them to survive in changing conditions. They created tools, used fire, and likely communicated in a primitive language, which strengthened their social bonds and cooperation. Around 140,000 years ago, small groups of Homo sapiens began migrating beyond Africa, crossing deserts, mountain ranges, and straits. These journeys were made possible by their innovative skills, which included building boats to cross water barriers and adapting to various ecosystems. During these migrations, they encountered other human species, such as Neanderthals in Europe and Denisovans in Asia. These encounters could have led to genetic mixing, as confirmed by DNA analysis showing that many non-African modern humans have Neanderthal genes. For instance, people of European and Asian descent have between 3 to 6% of their genes from Neanderthals. The adaptation of Homo sapiens to new living conditions was remarkable. They mastered hunting and gathering in various climatic zones, from cold tundras to tropical forests. These groups used different hunting techniques, including traps and collective ambushes, demonstrating a high level of cooperation and strategic thinking. An example is the hunt for mammoths in Europe, where people used tools and coordinated group actions to successfully capture large prey. Over time, thanks to their ability to innovate and socially interact, Homo sapiens spread across all continents, settling even the most remote corners of the Earth, such as the Polynesian Islands and the Arctic. By 30,000 years ago, people were already living in Australia, and by 12,000 years ago, they reached America through the Bering Strait, where, according to archaeological evidence, their presence was found in places like Clovis in New Mexico. By this time, Homo sapiens not only survived, but also became the dominant hunters and gatherers on the planet, using their skills to create complex social structures and cultures that later became the foundation for civilizations. The Holocene is a geological epoch that began at the end of the last ice age and continues to this day. This epoch is characterized by significant changes on the Earth's surface, as powerful ice sheets that once covered large areas began to rapidly retreat, forming the modern continents and oceans. As the ice melted, the global sea level rose, altering coastlines and creating new ecosystems. As a result, precipitation and temperatures became more stable, leading to the establishment of familiar climatic regimes that we observe today. It was during this period, approximately 10,000 years ago, that humanity made a fundamental shift from a nomadic lifestyle as hunters and gatherers to a settled life as farmers. This transition was not just a change in food procurement methods, but also the foundation for the emergence of the first cities and civilizations. People began to cultivate the land, settle in one place, which facilitated the development of agriculture and animal husbandry, leading to a rapid increase in population. The appearance of early agricultural communities, such as Jericho in modern Israel and Çatalhöyük in Turkey, became the basis for urbanization and the development of complex social structures. Agriculture not only ensured food security but also led to the creation of surpluses, which facilitated the development of trade and exchange. During this time, craftsmen began to create specialized products, and the first forms of authority emerged to manage increasingly complex societies. Humanity began to exert a greater influence on the environment, leading to changes in ecosystems, including the extinction of some animal and plant species. In this period, people began to build temples, palaces, and other architectural structures, such as the pyramids in Egypt and the ziggurats in Mesopotamia, which became symbols of power and religion. Around the same time, the development of writing began, allowing historical events to be recorded and knowledge to be passed down to future generations. With each new invention and achievement, such as the wheel, metallurgy, and navigation, humanity continued to accumulate experience, which in turn contributed to the creation of complex civilizations. Thus, in Greece and Rome, as well as in India and China, powerful states emerged that left a significant mark on human history. The Holocene was the epoch in which nature and humanity began to interact at a completely new level, determining the direction of further human civilization development. In this context, it is worth noting that it was during the Holocene that humanity began to recognize its responsibility for the surrounding world, which will become an important aspect in the future in the context of sustainable development and nature conservation. The Neolithic Revolution, which occurred around 10,000 years ago, was one of the most significant milestones in human history, marking the point when people began to deliberately engage in agriculture and animal domestication. During this period, known as the Neolithic, humans transitioned from being exclusively hunters and gatherers, fundamentally altering their way of life. The first agricultural crops emerged in the Fertile Crescent, an area that includes modern-day Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and Israel. Here, around 9,000 years before our era, the first crops of barley and wheat were cultivated, marking the beginning of cereal cultivation. In East Asia, specifically in China around 8,000 years before our era, rice and soybeans were domesticated, playing a crucial role in the formation of agrarian societies. In Mesoamerica, starting from the 6th millennium before our era, local peoples began to cultivate maize, beans, and squash, which became the foundation of their diet and enabled the development of complex agricultural cultures. These changes led to the adoption of a sedentary lifestyle. People began to build permanent settlements, such as Çatalhöyük in Turkey, which existed around 7,000 years before our era and had a population of up to 10,000 people. This resulted in a significant increase in population, which in turn complicated social organization. The surplus of goods allowed for the formation of more complex social structures, enabling specialization of labor. In settlements like Eridu, people not only exchanged goods but also ideas, fostering cultural and technological progress. Consequently, the Neolithic Revolution not only transformed the way food was produced, but also led to the creation of the first forms of social hierarchy and the development of new technologies, such as stone tools and pottery. These changes laid the foundation for the further development of civilizations that later built cities and empires. The development of agriculture and animal domestication became a turning point that not only transformed the economy, but also the entire way of life of people. For example, in Egypt, around 3,000 years before our era, the irrigation system allowed for increased crop yields and the maintenance of large populations. Thus, the Neolithic Revolution not only changed the way people lived, but also prepared the ground for the emergence of complex societies with their cultural, political, and economic structures. The Holocene climatic optimum, which lasted approximately from 9,000 to 6,000 years ago, was characterized by higher global temperatures compared to current values. During this period, the climate was significantly wetter, leading to changes in ecosystems and the spread of agriculture. Northern Africa, now known for its desert Sahara, was once covered with extensive savannas and lakes, where various animal species, such as hippos and crocodiles, thrived. According to researchers like Jonathan W. Lambert and his work, Formation of the Sahara Ecosystem, rainfall in some areas could reach over 700 millimeters per year, providing stable conditions for agriculture. This facilitated the migration of people seeking fertile land for farming. In particular, in the Nile region where the river provided regular floods, some of the earliest civilizations, such as ancient Egypt, began to actively develop agriculture around 6,000 years before our era. In Europe, especially in the north, the climate became warmer, promoting the growth of vegetation and an increase in population. Archaeological findings, such as remnants of agricultural crops and tools, confirm that during this time, intensive farming and animal domestication began. For example, in some regions of present-day Germany, archaeologists discovered traces of land cultivation and grain storage, indicating that people began to actively engage in farming around 7,000 years ago. This led to population growth and the formation of early settlements, such as Troy and other early cities, which later became centers of trade and culture. In the Arctic, conditions were also more favorable, facilitating the migration and settlement of people who were exploring new territories. As a result, during this period, early civilizations began to develop complex social structures, exchange technologies and knowledge, thereby laying the foundation for future cultural and economic achievements. Scientific research shows that it was during this time that in different regions of the world, the first systems of governance began to form, which was undoubtedly related to the need to organize labor and distribute resources among the growing population. An important aspect of this period is that climate and ecosystem changes not only created opportunities for development, but also posed new challenges, such as resource competition and the need to adapt to changing conditions. Ultimately, the Holocene climatic optimum became a significant stage in human history when climatic changes played a key role in the formation of the first civilizations and the development of agriculture, which in turn led to a significant increase in population and cultural exchange. Scientific research provides numerous artifacts confirming these changes, including the remains of buildings, tools, and traces of agricultural activity, which testify to the high level of development of early societies. The Anthropocene is a geological epoch in which human activity has become the primary factor, shaping ecosystems and geological processes on Earth. This is an era where the impact of a single species on the planet has reached such proportions that its actions are comparable to the natural forces that have shaped the Earth's appearance over millions of years. Humanity, utilizing technologies and resources, is altering the chemical composition of the atmosphere and oceans, increasing the levels of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, which leads to climate change. For instance, in the last 100 years, the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has increased by more than 30%, causing global warming and changes in climate patterns. People are also actively moving vast amounts of rock, creating new landscapes, as seen in the construction of dams and the development of open-pit mines. This activity affects biogeochemical cycles, disrupting the natural balance that has been maintained for millions of years. For example, agriculture requires significant resources such as water and nutrients, leading to soil depletion and degradation of ecosystems. At the same time, humanity has become the primary source of pollution, which leads to the deterioration of water and air quality, affecting not only human health, but also entire biosystems. In the oceans, there is an accumulation of plastic and other waste, which threatens marine life and ecosystems. Humanity also influences biodiversity, causing mass extinctions. According to scientists, the current rate of species extinction is 1,000 times higher than in pre-human times, leading to irreversible consequences for ecosystems. These changes are happening so rapidly that many organisms cannot adapt, putting the stability of entire ecosystems at risk. The Anthropocene is an era in which a conscious being, for the first time in the history of the planet, has the ability to radically change the surrounding world, but this control can turn into a catastrophe if measures are not taken to mitigate the negative consequences. Improper use of resources and inefficient methods of management can lead to ecological crises that will affect not only nature but also people themselves. Modern research shows that to achieve a sustainable future, it is necessary to rethink approaches to resource use and interaction with nature, emphasizing the importance of understanding the Anthropocene not just as an epoch, but as a challenge for all of humanity. Within this epoch, there is active discussion about how to maintain a balance in the relationship between humans and nature to avoid catastrophic consequences. The Anthropocene is not just a name for a new geological period, it reflects our time when humanity with its incredible power, must learn to live in harmony with the planet of which we are a part. The Industrial Revolution, which began in the late 18th century, marked a turning point in human history. It was when fossil fuels, which had stored solar energy over millions of years, began to be released over a few centuries. The 18th century saw a shift from manual labor to mechanized production, leading to the construction of the first factories, such as textile mills in Manchester, where, with the help of steam engines invented by James Watt in 1776, fabrics were produced on an industrial scale. This innovation significantly increased production volumes, leading to mass migration of the population to cities in search of work. By the mid-19th century, in Britain, the most industrialized country at the time, cities like London and Manchester had populations in the millions, creating new social and economic challenges. Concurrently, the construction of railways began, revolutionizing the transport of goods and people. In 1830, the first railway in England connecting Manchester and Liverpool was opened, reducing travel time from several days to several hours and serving as a catalyst for further economic growth. Around the same time, in the 1840s, steamships began to be used for transporting goods across oceans, opening new markets for European goods and leading to the globalization of trade. At the same time, coal began to be used on a massive scale, becoming the primary source of energy for factories and transportation. By the 1860s, coal had become the dominant source of energy, providing up to 90% of Britain's energy needs. This rapid transition to the use of fossil fuels led to unprecedented consumption growth, which in turn had significant environmental consequences. The increase in carbon dioxide emissions and other pollutants led to a deterioration in air quality in cities, causing numerous health problems among workers. Urbanization, driven by the Industrial Revolution, also led to changes in the landscape. New factories, railways, and cities began to occupy lands that were previously home to wilderness. According to historians, by the early 20th century, more than 50% of Britain's population lived in cities, a result of this new economic order. Thus, the Industrial Revolution not only changed the ways of production, but also fundamentally altered the relationship between humans and nature, putting ecosystems that had existed for many millennia under threat. As a result of this change, by the end of the 20th century, the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere had increased by 30% compared to the pre-industrial period, a direct consequence of the intensive use of fossil fuels. In recent decades, humanity has witnessed phenomena caused by human activity that lead to significant changes in climate. The process of global warming, the main cause of which is the emission of greenhouse gases, occurs due to the burning of fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas. According to data from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, since the beginning of the industrial era, the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has increased by more than 130%, equivalent to approximately 448 parts per million by the year 2020. This change results in more heat being trapped in the atmosphere, creating a greenhouse effect. Oceans, which absorb around 30% of carbon dioxide, are warming up, leading to their acidification and negatively impacting marine ecosystems such as coral reefs, which suffer from bleaching and subsequent destruction. Glaciers around the world, including those in Greenland and Antarctica, are melting rapidly. According to estimates, the sea level could rise by 1 meter by the end of the 21st century if current trends continue. This raises the question of the flooding of coastal areas and island nations which will be most at risk. Changes in weather systems are becoming increasingly evident. More frequent and intense storms cause significant damage and losses. For example, hurricanes in the Caribbean have become more powerful, as confirmed by researchers from the University of Miami, who found that the energy of hurricanes has increased by more than 30% over the past 30 years. Heat waves have become common in regions such as North America and Europe, where temperatures reach record levels, causing heat-related illnesses and increasing the demand for electricity for cooling. Droughts have become more frequent and prolonged, especially in countries like Australia and South Africa, where rainfall levels have decreased by 10 to 20%. This leads to water shortages and threatens food security as agriculture faces production challenges. Changes in seasonal cycles affect ecosystems, causing shifts in bird migration routes and disturbances in plant flowering, which impacts interactions between species. For example, some bird species now begin their migration 2 weeks earlier than they did a century ago, disrupting the synchronization with the appearance of insects they feed on. This complex of problems requires not only attention, but also urgent action to prevent further deterioration of the situation. In 2020, more than 160 countries signed the Paris Agreement, whose goal is to limit the increase in global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. Mass extinction in the modern era is a process that occurs at a rate significantly exceeding the natural background level of extinction. This is not just statistics, it is a reality that ecosystems around the world are facing. Human activities, from habitat destruction to climate change, are causing many species to disappear from the planet. Each year, numerous organisms are removed from the biosphere that cannot adapt to the rapid changes in their environment. For instance, deforestation, which reaches over 100 million hectares per year, results in the loss not only of trees but entire ecosystems that house thousands of animal and plant species. Water pollution, affecting more than 1 billion people, leads to the death of many aquatic organisms, such as fish and mollusks, which cannot survive in conditions where toxic substances exceed acceptable levels. Overexploitation of resources such as overfishing leads to the depletion of fish populations, disrupting marine and oceanic food chains and ecosystems. The introduction of invasive species like rats and giant hogweed threatens local species by displacing them from their natural habitats and disrupting the stability of ecosystems. Climate change caused by greenhouse gas emissions leads to changes in temperature and sea level, affecting the habitats of numerous species. According to scientists' estimates, if temperatures continue to rise, by the end of the 21st century, around 30% of species may be at risk of extinction. Unlike past mass extinctions which were caused by natural catastrophes, such as volcanic eruptions or changes in sea level, the current mass extinction is directly linked to human actions. It is crucial to understand that this is not just statistics. It is a real threat to the diversity of life on Earth, as each disappearing species contributes to the complex network of ecosystems that sustain life on the planet. Ultimately, humanity faces a significant challenge to preserve what remains and prevent further losses. According to data from the International Union for Conservation of Nature, by the end of the 20th century, around 1/3 of all known species were at risk of extinction. Coral reefs, often referred to as marine tropical forests, represent some of the most complex and diverse ecosystems on the planet. These underwater structures, formed from the calcium skeletons of coral polyps, are home to more than 30% of all marine species, including fish, mollusks, and crustaceans. However, each year, corals are losing their vibrancy and life due to climate change and ocean acidification. The process of coral bleaching begins when water temperature rises by just 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. Under this stress, corals expel their symbiotic algae, zooxanthellae, which provide them with energy and give them their characteristic bright colors. Without these algae, corals become pale and lose their vitality. Studies show that from 2006 to 2019, around 50% of coral reefs worldwide have died due to bleaching. Simultaneously, ocean acidification is causing significant problems. Oceans absorb approximately 30% of the carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere, leading to a decrease in water pH. This acidification hinders the process of calcification necessary for the formation of coral skeletons. As a result, corals cannot grow and recover, threatening their existence. Additionally, the loss of coral reefs means the destruction of habitats for thousands of marine organisms that depend on these ecosystems for survival. For instance, according to the World Wildlife Fund, more than 500,000 species of fish and other marine creatures live in coral reefs, and their disappearance could lead to mass extinction. In some regions, such as the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, catastrophic consequences are already evident. By some estimates, the reef has lost more than half of its live coral over the past 30 years. This is not just an environmental issue, it is a threat to fisheries, tourism, and the health of coastal communities that depend on the health of the oceans. The loss of coral reefs can lead not only to an environmental catastrophe, but also to significant economic losses, as these ecosystems generate billions of dollars annually through tourism and fisheries. Each year, corals provide around $30 billion in ecosystem services, such as coastal protection and biodiversity maintenance. Therefore, coral reefs are not just beautiful underwater structures, they are vital for the health of the oceans and the well-being of humanity. Tropical forests, which occupy approximately 6% of the Earth's surface, are home to more than half of all known plant and animal species on the planet. Each year, they lose millions of hectares due to deforestation, primarily for agriculture, mining, and urbanization. 80% of forest loss in tropical regions occurs to create new pastures and plantations, such as soybean and palm oil. For example, since the early 2000s, the area of forests in the Amazon has decreased by more than 800,000 square kilometers, which is comparable to the size of Spain. This process not only destroys unique ecosystems but also leads to catastrophic consequences. The loss of biodiversity is one of the biggest threats. Scientists describe around 20 new species each week, but simultaneously, about 100 species disappear. Trees that absorb carbon dioxide and produce oxygen play a crucial role in Earth's climate system. Their destruction significantly increases the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, contributing to global warming and climate change. Deforestation also causes soil erosion, as tree roots hold the soil and prevent it from being washed away. Without vegetation, the soil loses its structure, leading to massive flooding during rainy seasons and desertification during dry seasons. As a result, local climates are disrupted, rainfall patterns change, and this, in turn, affects agriculture, making it less predictable. The water cycle is also altered. Forests absorb water, preventing floods and maintaining groundwater levels. When forests are cut down, this leads to droughts and shortages of fresh water for local residents. Furthermore, deforestation often leads to conflicts with indigenous peoples who depend on these ecosystems for their survival. Preservation of tropical forests is a contentious issue, but for many, it is a matter of survival. Consequently, more than 30 million hectares of forest are lost annually in tropical regions, which is equivalent to one football field every second. Anthropogenic landscape refers to territories that have been significantly altered or created by human activity. These landscapes are increasingly occupying a larger portion of Earth's surface. As a result of intense urbanization, agriculture, and infrastructure development, natural ecosystems are being fragmented. According to the World Health Organization, more than half of the global population now lives in cities, exerting immense pressure on the environment. Large areas of forests are being cleared for residential complexes and commercial buildings, while agriculture expands, encroaching on wild territories and altering their natural appearance. This leads to changes in waterways, soil erosion, and loss of biodiversity. For instance, research by the International Union for Conservation of Nature shows that globally, 1/4 of plant and animal species are disappearing. New ecological conditions created by these changes provide habitats for some species that can adapt, such as urban pigeon populations that use artificial nests and food sources available in megacities. However, many other species are on the brink of extinction as their natural habitats are destroyed or become unsuitable for life. This phenomenon clearly illustrates how anthropogenic landscapes can create new ecological niches while also threatening the existence of entire ecosystems. Research conducted over the past decades has shown that landscape changes are directly linked to climate change, as deforestation and land clearing increase the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. In some regions, such as South America, landscape changes lead to more frequent and intense flooding, which is also related to changes in natural drainage and water absorption. The impact of anthropogenic influence on landscapes is becoming increasingly evident as the United Nations predicts that by the middle of the 21st century, more than 70% of the population will live in cities, further altering the natural appearance of Earth. As a result of this process, not only is natural biodiversity lost, but also cultural heritage linked to traditional natural landscapes that have been home to indigenous peoples for millennia. These changes affect climate, ecosystems, and the quality of human life, while the richness of biological species is declining. According to the latest data, approximately 30,000 species disappear each year, and these numbers are continuing to rise. Urban ecosystems are unique artificial habitats where asphalt, concrete, and glass create new ecological conditions distinct from natural ones. These conditions form what are known as heat islands, where temperatures can be several degrees higher than in the surrounding area due to the accumulation of heat in solid surfaces. For instance, in Tokyo, summer temperatures can reach 38 degrees Celsius, while in the suburbs they remain at 32 degrees. The altered hydrological regime of cities causes rainwater to run off streets before it can be absorbed by the soil, creating ideal conditions for flooding. Additionally, the composition of soil in urban environments differs from natural soil. Due to pollution and human activity, soil becomes more compact and less fertile, affecting vegetation. Nevertheless, some plant species, such as dandelions, clover, and even burdock, successfully colonize cracks in asphalt and abandoned areas, becoming symbols of nature's resilience in urban environments. In cities, species adapted to living alongside humans like pigeons and sparrows use roofs and balconies as nesting sites. Rats, raccoons, and foxes, now permanent residents of megacities, find convenient food sources in trash cans and parks. For example, in New York, according to local ecologists, the raccoon population has increased by 30% over the past 5 years due to the availability of food and shelter. This makes cities laboratories of evolution where organisms rapidly adapt to new conditions. Experts note that such changes could lead to the emergence of new species capable of surviving only in urban ecosystems. For instance, in London, researchers have observed the appearance of hybrid populations of sparrows that have adapted to higher levels of noise and pollution. Ultimately, urban ecosystems become not only habitats for numerous species, but also important objects of study for adaptation and evolution processes. In such conditions, the interaction between nature and humans continues to deepen, creating new challenges and opportunities for both sides. In recent decades, the movement for nature conservation has gained significant importance, reflecting the growing awareness of the value of wild nature and the necessity of its preservation for future generations. By the end of the 20th century, particularly from the 1990s onwards, the number of protected territories worldwide increased sharply as a result of international initiatives and local efforts. As of 2020, more than 7% of land and approximately 1% of oceans were designated as protected areas, including national parks, reserves, and marine protected zones. These territories serve as sanctuaries for endangered species and ecosystems where animals and plants can exist in conditions close to natural. For example, Yellowstone National Park, established in 1872, became the first national park in the world and serves as a model for combining nature conservation with tourism and education. Successes in nature conservation also include the restoration of degraded landscapes, where measures are taken to restore ecosystems, such as reforestation and water body cleanup. In some regions, such as Eastern Africa, Programs for the reintroduction of extinct wild species like giraffes and wild dogs are being implemented, contributing to the restoration of natural balance. The creation of ecological corridors between fragmented habitats has become an important strategy for ensuring migration and genetic exchange between populations, which in turn increases species' resilience to climate change and other threats. In 2016, the Convention on Biological Diversity confirmed the need to expand protected territories to 30% of land and 10% of oceans by 2030, underscoring a global approach to nature conservation. These efforts represent humanity's attempt to find a balance between development and the preservation of Earth's natural heritage, as without effective nature conservation, we risk losing unique ecosystems and species that have evolved over millions of years. An example of such losses is the disappearance of species like the black rhino, whose population declined from over 100,000 individuals in the 19th century to fewer than 5,000 today. Sustainable development is a concept that posits that meeting the needs of the current generation should not compromise the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This is not just a fashionable phrase, but a fundamental principle that necessitates a re-evaluation of our approach to resources, the environment, and economic growth. The core idea is the creation of a society that lives in harmony with natural systems, using resources in a way that their consumption does not exceed their rate of regeneration. For instance, forests can regenerate if the rate of logging does not exceed their natural growth rate. It is crucial that we produce waste in quantities that the environment can process and absorb. A circular economy where waste from one process becomes a resource for another serves as an example. From a social perspective, sustainable development requires equality, justice, and the participation of all segments of society in decision-making processes. This means ensuring access to basic resources such as clean water, air, and food for all people, regardless of their economic status. The economy should be oriented not only towards short-term profits but also towards long-term benefits for society and nature. For example, companies investing in sustainable technologies can not only reduce their carbon footprint but also increase their market competitiveness. The combination of economic, social, and ecological aspects is key to achieving sustainable development. This requires a comprehensive approach that includes not only innovative technologies, but also changes in our lifestyle and consumer habits. It is important to understand that sustainable development is not some utopia, but a necessity dictated by real threats that humanity faces, such as climate change, resource depletion, and social inequality. For instance, according to the World Health Organization, air pollution annually claims the lives of around 7 million people, highlighting the need to transition to cleaner and safer energy sources. Sustainable development requires not only changes in production and consumption, but also a reassessment of our values and priorities as a society. This is a long-term strategy that should be based on scientific data, social needs, and ecological awareness. It is important that this becomes part of our culture and mindset so that future generations can live in a world where resources are accessible and ecosystems are healthy. One clear example of this approach is the use of renewable energy sources such as solar and wind energy, which help reduce the carbon footprint and create a more sustainable energy system. In different countries, strategies are being implemented to reduce dependence on fossil fuels and transition to more environmentally friendly alternatives. Countries like Denmark are actively developing wind energy, which allows them to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions and approach carbon neutrality. According to reports, by 2030, renewable energy sources should account for around 70% of Denmark's total energy consumption. These are not just numbers, but real steps towards a sustainable future where economy and ecology can coexist harmoniously. It is important to remember that sustainable development requires active participation from everyone, from governments to individual people. Sustainable development is not just a concept, but a necessity dictated by the real situation on our planet. In the past few decades, the world has been experiencing a genuine energy revolution, transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. Solar panels on rooftops have become a common sight. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, over 142 gigawatts of solar power plants were installed worldwide in 2020. This means that the number of solar panels is increasing every year, providing clean energy to tens of millions of households. Wind turbines, standing on hills and in open seas, also play a crucial role in this transformation. For instance, in Denmark in 2020, wind power stations generated around 48% of the country's total electricity, one of the highest shares in the world. Geothermal power plants utilizing the Earth's heat are becoming increasingly popular. In Iceland, over 60% of electricity and over 90% of heat for heating are provided by geothermal energy. The shift to renewable energy sources significantly reduces greenhouse gas emissions. According to the World Meteorological Organization in 2020, CO2 emissions decreased by more than 7% due to the increase in the share of renewable sources in the energy balance. This, in turn, contributes to improving air and water quality, which is a significant step for public health. Furthermore, renewable energy creates new jobs and technologies. In Europe, according to the European Commission, more than 1 million new jobs were created in the renewable energy sector over the past 5 years alone. These technologies are becoming more accessible and efficient, allowing humanity to meet its energy needs without depleting the planet's resources. For example, the cost of solar panels has decreased by 80% over the past 10 years, making them more affordable for a wide range of consumers. The development of renewable energy also contributes to climate preservation. According to a UN report, transitioning to clean sources can reduce global warming to a limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius. The energy revolution unfolding before our eyes demonstrates how humanity can use natural resources wisely and with care for the future of the planet. For example, in California in 2020, more than 30% of electricity was generated from renewable sources, a result of targeted policies and investments in clean energy. Restoration of ecosystems, or rewilding, is an active process aimed at returning degraded landscapes to their natural state and functions. In this context, one can imagine abandoned agricultural lands gradually returning to a wild state, where forests begin to grow instead of wheat and cornfields, and areas of deforestation are replaced by biodiverse ecosystems. For example, in the UK, initiatives to restore forests in Scotland starting in 2015 have led to the creation of new forest areas where rare tree species such as pine, aspen, and oak now grow. Such projects can include the reintroduction of key species that play a critical role in maintaining ecosystem balance. Large herbivores like wild boar and deer, as well as predators such as lynx and wolves, can trigger a cascade of positive changes. For instance, the reintroduction of wolves to Yellowstone National Park in 2001 altered the behavior of deer populations, which in turn allowed riparian vegetation to recover. This led to improved water quality and increased biodiversity in the area. Ecosystem engineers like beavers create wetlands that help restore peatlands and increase carbon stocks in soils. In the Netherlands, where projects to restore peatlands began in 2002, significant reductions in carbon emissions were achieved through the creation of new wetland habitats that act as natural filters. These efforts not only increase biodiversity but also help combat climate change by absorbing carbon and reducing the risk of floods and erosion. For example, the restoration of peatlands in Canada, started in 2005, led to a decrease in flooding in nearby areas and improved water quality in rivers. Creating such ecosystem corridors opens up opportunities for ecotourism, which, according to the World Tourism Organization, is one of the fastest-growing segments of the tourism industry. In 2009, Norway launched a rewilding project that attracted around 7 million tourists, boosting local economic development and raising awareness of the importance of ecological conservation. The restoration of ecosystems is becoming not just a trend, but a necessity for the survival of both individual species and entire ecosystems. Ultimately, active restoration of natural landscapes in various parts of the world demonstrates how the Earth can restore its life with proper care and attention. In 2000, Sweden launched a project to restore the delta of the Embla River, which resulted in an increase in the population of rare waterfowl and an overall improvement in the ecosystem. Climate change and its consequences constitute a complex and multifaceted process in which every step taken by humanity holds significance. The decisions made today shape the future of our planet, opening up various trajectories of development. These trajectories can be visualized as a branching tree of possibilities where each path leads to its own outcomes. For instance, if humanity focuses on transitioning to renewable energy sources such as solar and wind, this could result in a significant reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. By 2020, according to the International Energy Agency, around 22% of global electricity production came from renewable sources. Such a transition could contribute to the restoration of biodiversity, allowing ecosystems to adapt and recover. Conversely, if countries continue to rely on fossil fuels like coal and oil, this could further degrade ecosystems, as is already evident in regions such as the Amazon, where deforestation has reached record levels. A study conducted by the World Wildlife Fund in 2009 showed that wild animal populations had declined by more than 60% since 1970, indicating a worrying trend of habitat degradation. Furthermore, climate change affects sea levels, which in turn threaten coastal ecosystems and settlements. Projections suggest that by 2030, sea levels could rise by 1 meter, leading to the flooding of major cities like Bangkok and New York. On the other hand, if humanity takes measures to restore ecosystems and preserve biodiversity, this could lead to significant improvements. For example, projects aimed at restoring coral reefs, such as the Coral Triangle Initiative in Southeast Asia, are designed to restore coral ecosystems, helping to conserve marine biodiversity and provide a source of life for millions of people. It is important to note that the future of Earth is not predetermined. It depends on the collective actions taken today. With each decision made, humanity shapes its own direction, and these actions can either lead to a sustainable coexistence between humans and nature or further destabilize the climate. Examples of successful initiatives demonstrate that a balance between development and environmental protection is possible, but this requires determination and long-term strategy. In 2001, the Netherlands launched a project to restore the ecological condition of rivers, which contributed to an increase in fish populations and improved water quality. Such examples underscore that change is possible, but it requires joint efforts and a sustainable approach. Therefore, every step we take today, whether towards sustainable development or towards destruction, has significance for the future of our planet. Through millions of years, Earth will continue its geological and evolutionary journey regardless of the fate of humanity. The drift of continents will not stop. Africa will collide with Europe, closing the Mediterranean Sea and forming massive mountain ranges similar to the Alps, which will rise during the collision. This process may take around 30 million years. Australia will shift northward, leading to the formation of new ecosystems where tropical forests will neighbor arid deserts. The Atlantic Ocean will expand, while the Pacific Ocean will narrow due to the subduction of tectonic plates, altering the climatic conditions on both sides of these bodies of water. New plant and animal species adapted to the changing conditions will appear on Earth. For example, in conditions of increasing temperature, tropical forests may evolve into more drought-resistant forests, where species with deep roots and thick leaves will dominate to conserve moisture. Simultaneously, new marine organisms will emerge in the oceans, capable of surviving in more acidic waters, which will form due to the increased level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. In this changing environment, it is likely that large marine mammals resembling modern whales will appear adapted to the new conditions of life in the ocean. On land, new predators may emerge, occupying ecological niches left vacant by extinct groups such as mammoths or saber-toothed tigers. These species will have unique adaptations allowing them to hunt in conditions where previous predators could not survive. Such changes have occurred on the planet throughout its 4.5 billion years of existence and will continue. Scientific research indicates that in the future, the collision of continents may result in the formation of a new supercontinent, which scientists sometimes refer to as Pangaea Protectica, where new species will coexist in a unique ecosystem. Geological processes such as volcanism and erosion will continue to shape the landscape, creating new mountain ranges and plains. With each million years, Earth will look completely different from what we know it today. For instance, in the period from 100 to 200 million years, new islands may arise due to underwater volcanism, becoming homes for unique flora and fauna. The continuity and inevitability of changes that characterize the history of our planet remain the main factors shaping its future. An example of this is the existence of fossil remains, such as dinosaurs, which once dominated the planet, but due to a mass extinction event that occurred around 66 million years ago, gave way to new forms of life. Each stage of evolution carries lessons, and survival depends on the ability to adapt to changing conditions. Ultimately, Earth will continue its path regardless of human efforts and achievements. In this context, it is important to remember that change is an integral part of the existence of our planet, which continues to evolve independently of us. The Sun, our nearest star, will eventually exhaust its hydrogen reserves in the core in about 5 billion years. At this point, it will begin to transform, transitioning into a red giant phase. This process will be not only dramatic, but also catastrophic for all planets within its gravitational influence. Approximately 1 billion years after this stage begins, the Sun's luminosity will increase by 80%, leading to significant changes in Earth's conditions. The rise in temperature will cause the oceans to evaporate, and the atmosphere will begin to disintegrate under the pressure of solar radiation. Ultimately, Earth will become a scorched desert, resembling modern-day Venus with its high temperature and dense carbon dioxide atmosphere. Before the Sun reaches Earth's orbit, its size will increase so much that it will engulf the nearest planets, including Mercury and possibly Venus. This process will be part of the natural cosmic cycle in which stars like our Sun go through birth, life, and death phases. After the red giant phase, the Sun will shed its outer layers, forming a bright planetary nebula, while its core will remain as a white dwarf with a temperature of around 20,000 degrees Celsius. This white dwarf will gradually cool down over billions of years, becoming less luminous and eventually transforming into a black dwarf that will no longer emit light. This entire transformation is part of the long-term life cycle of stars, which continues for billions of years and demonstrates how the cosmos is constantly changing. The Sun, like all stars, is subject to this inevitable fate, showing that even the most magnificent luminaries have a limited lifespan. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that request.